There you are. Hey, Robert.
Okay, Robert is on. It doesn't look like he has audio. Oh, he's connecting. He's having troubles connecting to audio, but you're on YouTube as well.
Okay, we're ready to go.
Yes.
Okay, seeing it's 6:09 p.m., I'd like to call the May 20th, 2020 regular meeting of the Kenai City Council to order. If you're able, I'd like to ask you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel,
Here.
Councilmember Naxtat,
Here.
Councilmember Petty,
Here.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
here.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Here.
Councilmember Navarre,
Here.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Here.
Mayor Gabriel, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we get to agenda approval, I'd like to call your attention to a laydown that you should have received with requested revisions to the agenda packet. Action, add to item D1, ordinance number 3117-2020, memo requesting postponement, requested by the city manager. And add to item D7, ordinance number 3130-2020, amendment memo requested by the city attorney. And action, add item G12, action approval systems designs West contract amendment requested by the city manager. Pleasure, Council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to approve the agenda with the requested revisions to the agenda and packet listed by the mayor and request unanimous consent.
Second.
Is there unanimous consent has been requested? Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, the agenda is approved. Next, we have the consent agenda. Councilmember Naxtat.
Yeah, thank you. I move to approve the consent agenda, request unanimous consent.
Second.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the body that would like to amend the consent agenda at this time? Seeing and hearing none, I'd like to ask the clerk to please read the consent agenda into the record.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Tonight on your consent agenda, we have the regular meeting minutes of the May 6th, 2020 meeting. Action approval for bills to be ratified. Ordinance number 3127-2020, repealing and replacing Kenai Municipal Code Title VI, elections to provide clarity, process improvements, and increase voter accessibility through vote by mail elections, brought forth by Councilmember Peterkin, that will be introduced, and a public hearing would be set for June 3rd. Introduction of ordinance number 3128-2020, amending Kenai Municipal Code section 1.85.040, records public, to provide for a record retention length, brought forth by the city clerk. Public hearing would be held on June 3rd, and introduction of ordinance number 3129-2020, accepting and appropriating private donations to the Kenai Animal Shelter for the care of animals, brought forth by administration, with a public hearing on June 3rd. And that is your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anybody from the general public, do you know, that we have that would like, that is listening? Anybody from the general public that would like to comment on any item on the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing, hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Next, we have scheduled public comments, which we have none this evening. Under unscheduled public comments, is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council at this time on any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? And I understand we have Mr. Ruffner joined us, so I'll turn it over to you, Robert.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel and members of the council. I just wanted to address the council tonight on efforts that are ongoing related to COVID-19 with respect to the seafood industry, and particularly the processing industry that, Kenai has a fairly significant role in what happens with the fisheries in Cook Inlet. And I'm sure everybody's following the news pretty closely about what's going on and what we're trying to accomplish. But about a month ago, the Alaska Salmon Alliance hired me to work on COVID-19 response and kind of help the processors along in that regard. So the three things that they really asked me to focus on were the people, both the people of Kenai and the people that come to work here in our community, and try to make sure that they're working in a safe environment as possible, following these mandates and any recommendations, and not just doing the minimum, but trying to make sure that we go above and beyond to take care of our needs. And secondly, they wanted me to work on the message that, the product that they produce out of Kenai and the plants here are going to be safe to eat. And, they already do a number of safety measures associated with other handling of food products. And so those are all pretty consistent of, having to work in a clean environment. And then finally, the policy side of things. We know as fisheries policy is a convoluted thing under a normal world environment, and you superimpose a global pandemic on top of that. And there's lots of moving parts and a lot of things that we're trying to respond to in very quick and real time. And some of those things are coming on as more restrictive. At the same time, other things are coming off and being less restrictive. So it's quite challenging. I'm excited to be involved in it and to help them out and to, work in our community to try to make sure that we do things as safe as possible. The health mandates that are relevant to the seafood processing industry have not come off. There's a lot of them that have come off and been modified in the last 48 hours. But health mandate number 10, which is the interstate and international travel, is staying largely intact with the 14-day quarantine for the time being. And health mandate number 17, which is the independent harvesters, the fishermen, if you will, kind of the rules of the road that they need to follow. And so all of those parts have to be adhered to very closely for the time being. The one that I wanted to emphasize briefly tonight was, for the last 3 weeks, I've been working really hard to make sure that in the quarantine periods that there are some testing available for people that are coming from out of state that are arriving here in Kenai. And there's a significant number of out-of-state workers that come both to the processing plants and to assist with the fishing, the harvesting of the fish themselves. And the state mandates have a lot of flexibility built into them, but it's clear, and we're seeing some results of testing and the effects that they have in early identification and kind of helping with the quarantine and isolations and keeping people safe. So the good news is, just as of a couple of hours ago, we were able to secure the first round of test kits that we need to have for the first significant batch of out-of-state workers that are going to be showing up this week. So by this weekend, we will have processed probably 100 or so samples on the Kenai Peninsula. Most of those are going to reside here in Kenai. And I have to give a shout out to your city manager, Mr. Ostrander, was very helpful in, when he knew what I was trying to work with DHSS and with our the Unified Command, and also the local borough with our incident management team. It was pretty helpful in putting together a Zoom call yesterday that really resulted in us securing those test resources. So I will be back and will be available to the council to kind of update you on how things are going as this continues along. They hired me to work through at least September, so I will be on, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffner. Is there any? There we go. Thank you, Mr. Ruffner. Is there any questions of Mr. Ruffner from the body? I'm glad you brought up the mandates, because I did have a question, and you sort of touched on it there regarding the repeal of the, we've got the interstate travel in place right now. And on our agenda this evening, we have resolution 2020-27, which is asking the governor to repeal that mandate, the 14-day quarantine. I have concerns mainly with the fisheries and the processing industry. Is it your stance to maybe keep that in place for the processors and the process workers, rather, that come into the state? To I know they've had problems with, and some of the concerns I have is they've had COVID outbreaks in meat packing plants and those sorts of things. And so I'm wondering if there would be proper to amend it to exclude seafood workers at this point and see where you're at that with that.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, for the question. I don't know, listening, I'm listening to the healthcare workers, talk every day, and sometimes multiple times a day. And so, it does seem like the state is leaning towards, relaxing. We relaxed a lot of the mandates, like I said, in the last 2 days, and probably are leaning towards relaxing the quarantine period. The people, the processing companies that I'm representing through the Alaska Salmon Alliance are also watching both the CDC guidance for the meatpacking plants and some of the things that we've seen that have gone not so well in the lower 48, and trying to learn from those mistakes. And the fact that, the testing requirements of the 12 out of state folks that have been tested positive here in state, so they don't count on our statistics because they're out of state people, but they're being identified as having novel corona here. 7 out of 12 of those have been with the seafood industry. So the processors in particular are going to continue to be very concerned about this, because they work in close proximity. They live together, they eat together, they're working together, so in tight quarters all the time. So I don't see that they're going to relax their standards for either quarantining or testing, because if a processing plant goes down, then people don't have fish to sell. There's no market for them. So keeping those plants up and running is going to be critical. And whether there's a mandate to do it or not, I expect that the ones that I'm working with are going to continue to follow that guidance very closely.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, if they could, manage that without having a mandate and would do that voluntarily. Because you're absolutely right. If a couple processors go down, it's going to be financially devastating to a lot of people. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in. There's real different schools of thought on this. I know in Cordova, they had a deal worked out with the governor where I believe they quarantined a week in Seattle and a week here. But the unfortunate part was when they put all the people together to quarantine them, 2 people got like 15 people sick. And the quarantine idea kind of it infected a whole lot more people than they would have had they just showed up. But there's just a lot of different schools of thought on that. When you put them all together and quarantine them together, in one instance coming to Alaska, it got a whole bunch more people sick. But not everything's going to be that way. But just want people to think about that, because a lot of due diligence and questioning and testing. There's things that you can ask. Like I flew on Grant this week and with my daughter, and they asked if we'd been sick in the last 30 days. They asked if either of us had had a fever. They ask a lot of really good questions, and those sort of things can be very useful if people are honest, because if you just stick a whole bunch of them in a room together, that didn't work out too good.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of that. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to chime in too and thank Robert. His answer to your question. I think the voluntary risk management by private companies is really important to keeping the curve flattened, and I appreciate him letting us know that that's happening with the companies that he represents for our local seafood industry. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And that was good information for me to know, because it might sway play into how I vote on that resolution for sure. One other question I got for you, Robert, are you going to be on that Zoom meeting tomorrow morning with the other processors and some of the mayors, city managers?
Yes. So yeah, they've been having regional calls across the state. And so tomorrow at 10 a.m. there's the Unified Command's put together a call. It's a question and answer period, and does largely focus on local communities, and the municipalities have played a pretty large role in answering or asking questions and trying to answer those questions. So I found them to be pretty informative. So I'm looking forward to see how that plays out for the Kenai Peninsula. And if I could add one more thing. So I also know there's funding involved in all this stuff, and the state is paying for these tests, which are between $50 and $75 just for the analytical part of the test. So they're paying for the test itself. They're paying for the analysis portion of it. It's unclear to me whether they are going to have funding that pays for the clinicians that actually produce the test. So what I've asked, both the independent fishermen and the processors to do is to just make sure that they track their costs pretty carefully. If they're having to hire a clinician to come in or an EMT to come to the plant and spend a day testing, 50 or 75 people and sending those out there, there's going to be a bill associated with that. So, at some point I would expect that the industry itself will be looking to recoup some of those costs if there are appropriate funds available. And I haven't looked close enough to know, I know the city of Kenai and all the municipalities are receiving some money to respond to it, but as a sector, portions of it are going to be taken care of directly, but there's going to be portions that are not taken care of. So just one of those things that I wanted to throw out there to have people keep in mind.
Thanks, Robert. Any other questions, comments for Mr. Ruffner? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony this evening, Robert.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to continue to listen to the other relevant discussions tonight. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to the council at this time on any issue that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? Hearing none, we'll move to public hearings. First up, we have item D1, ordinance number 3117, 2020, appropriating funds in the airport fund, accepting a grant from the Federal Aviation Administration and appropriating funds in the airport equipment capital project fund for the purchase of a snow removal equipment loader with attachments brought forth by administration. There's a clerk's note that this item was postponed to this meeting from the May 6, 2020 meeting. A motion to enact is on the floor. And I believe there was a memo requesting additional postponement of Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I move to postpone ordinance 3117, 2020 to our June 17th meeting. Request unanimous consent.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? None. Ordinance number 3117-2000 on our June 17th agenda. Next up, we have item D2, ordinance number 3120-2020, accepting $26,545.90 in asset forfeiture sharing funds and appropriating those funds into the police machinery and equipment and small tools accounts for the purpose of purchasing law enforcement equipment brought forth by administration or council. Councilmember Naxton.
I'll move to enact ordinance 3120, 2020.
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3120-2020? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Pleasure, council comments, deliberation. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxton,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning.
yes,
Motion passes.
Thank you. We're now on item D3, ordinance number 3121-2020, adopting the annual budget for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021. Amending the salary schedule in Kenai Municipal Code, Chapter 23.55, pay plan, and amending employee classification in Kenai Municipal Code, Chapter 23.50. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you. I move to enact ordinance 3121, 2020.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 31221-2020? Seeing, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from council? Vice Mayor Malloy.
There's a recommended amendments memo that's in the packet at page 31 from administration for budget. There's a couple of amendments due there. I guess they're primarily related to the increase in 1% for employee share of healthcare, et cetera.
Mhm.
We should
Would you,
move them. Would you like to move them as like rather than individually as set out in the whole memorandum?
can we do that as a whole, wholesale, Ms. Hines?
Yes, you can.
Unless there's anybody that would like to divide the question. But if seeing none, I think we're all on the same page. Vice Mayor Malloy, if you'd like to make that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Then I would move the recommended amendments to ordinance 3121200 for the budget document amendments and the budget ordinance amendments that are for the fiscal year 2021 budget that are set out in the memorandum from the finance director through the manager to the council on page 31 and 32 of the packet.
Second.
Second, is there any discussion on the amendment?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing or hearing none, we now have ordinance number 3121-2020 as amended. Pleasure, council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
I just have a question for administration. First off, well, let me just preface it by saying that I appreciate that they got a better than projected renewal premium for the healthcare portion of this. That's a really good thing. And I was just wondering if there was some kind of communication with the employees as a whole regarding the change in the employee participation. The 1% increase in the plan. And I know in the past, administration has had, group meetings at City Hall, but we're unable to do that with restrictions in place. And I just wondered if they could update us on employee response to this. Thank you.
Mr. Ostrander.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Malloy. The day after the work session, or I guess the Monday after the work session, when we discussed this with council, I sent out a memo to all employees explaining the increase in premiums from their 10% share to 11% share, and then also outlining the plan to increase that by 1% until over the next 5 years until we got to an employee share of the premium of 15%. And I've really heard no response from employees at all. I think that generally they understood the reason behind the change, and I've asked several people several department heads if they've heard any negative chatter or questions from employees, and I've heard none. So it seems like it was received well, and they've been notified of this for some time.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on ordinance number 3121-2020 as amended? Wow. Terry, that must mean you did a great job in administration. Shortest budget passage I think I've seen here. Seeing none, clerk, I guess I'll fire that off and just say I really do appreciate the work you put into this document. And I know I've spoken to Paul on the side, and I can tell you he's expressed his appreciation for your work also. And it was, I think, a bit of a struggle for a lot of people. He's, as usual, stood up and accepted the challenge. Certainly appreciate the final product there, Terry. With that, I'll ask clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Naxtet,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navar,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. Council, we're now on ordinance number 3122-2020, accepting and appropriating volunteer fire assistance VFW grant from the United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service passed to the state of Alaska Division of Forestry for the purchase of forestry firefighting equipment requested by administration. Pleasure of council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to enact ordinance number 3122, 2020.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3122-2020? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from council deliberation? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navar,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. We're now on item D5, ordinance number 3124-2020, accepting and appropriating a Meals on Wheels COVID-19 Response Fund grant from Meals on Wheels America for Kenai Senior Center expenditures in support of COVID-19 pandemic response. This is brought forward by administration. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
I'll move to enact ordinance 3124, 2020.
Second.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3124-2020? Seeing or hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from council? Councilmember Naxton.
Well, just the obvious, it's very appreciated money coming into the Meals on Wheels, particularly since, the fundraiser was, they weren't able to do that this spring and whatnot. So this, I'm sure, helps that quite a bit. So very much appreciated.
Yep, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I think the entire body feels that way, and we'd like to thank Kathy Romaine for her work on this to bring this forward. Any other comments, deliberation from council? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navar,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. Council, we're now on item D6, ordinance number 3125-2020, accepting and appropriating additional nutrition, transportation, and support services grant funds from the United States Department of Health and Human Services passed through the state of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services for Kenai Senior Center expenditures in support of COVID-19 pandemic response requested by administration. Councilmember Navar.
Sorry. I'd move for the enactment of ordinance number 3125-2020.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3125-2020? Seeing, hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council? Seeing none, please, clerk, please call the roll.
I think you're muted, Jamie.
You're muted, Jamie, sorry.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes,
Councilmember Naxtat,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
yes,
Vice Mayor Malloy,
yes,
motion passes.
thank you. Council, we're on item D7, ordinance number 3130-2020. Decreasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the general fund. Increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the COVID-19 CARES Act Recovery Fund and accepting federal CARES Act funding passed to the state of Alaska for expenditures in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, waiving the $5,000 limitation in KMC, Kentucky Municipal Code 7.25.02A on these funds to allow the city manager to allocate the funds to the proper account as needed, needs arise, and declaring an emergency. And just for the record, for folks that might be tuning in, is that this is, this really didn't meet the timeline of what we normally have for introduction and a public hearing. So this evening, we will be introducing and then requesting a motion for a second reading and then a motion for adoption. So that's the roadmap for this ordinance. So bring it to council, pleasure council, but Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you. I'd move for the introduction of ordinance number 3130-2020.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to the motion or introduction to ordinance number 3130-2020? Seeing and hearing none. Discussion on the motion for introduction. Councilmember Peterkin.
Is this, Mayor Gabriel, thank you. Is this where we would make a motion to change possible wording in it or no?
No, we'll wait till it gets on the floor for adoption.
Okay.
But we just want to get to that point right now. So this is just for introduction.
Okay.
Yeah, I know where you're going with that. Appreciate that. Seeing no discussion on that motion for introduction, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes,
Councilmember Naxtat,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
yes,
Vice Mayor Malloy,
yes,
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
motion passes.
thank you. Councilmember Navarre.
Yes, at this time I'd move for the second reading of ordinance number 3130-2020 and request unanimous consent.
Second.
Thank you. Unanimous consent has been requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the motion for a second reading is approved. We now have ordinance 3130-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the general fund, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the COVID-19 CARES Recovery Act, a recovery fund, and accepting federal CARES Act funding passed through the state of Alaska for expenditures in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, waiving the $5,000 limitation in Kenai Municipal Code 7.25.020A on these funds to allow the city manager to allocate the funds to the proper account as needs arise and declaring an emergency. We're gonna get a motion for adoption, please. Councilmember Naxton.
I was waiting for Vice Mayor, or anyway, I move for the adoption or enactment of ordinance 3130-2020.
Second.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3130-2020? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Peterkin, this is where you would.
Yeah, I would like to make an amendment to remove the word pandemic out of this ordinance. It's the only thing that I really can't accept on it.
Was that a motion?
Yes, please.
I think, would you like to follow the,
Script.
there was on the laydown, page 3 of 7 on the laydown, Mr. Bloom, had, sort of a script there for, where we would have to address that. It might just make it cleaner, for discussion if you wanted to follow that.
Okay, I'm looking through my lay down here. Number 3. Federal administration. Okay, right here. So, yes, I would like, you want me to read it or just, or should we just,
Read it.
It would probably be appropriate to read it.
okay, so administration requests council
You
act.
know, just, you can start down there, just, at least one council member, that part.
Okay, at least one council member expressed
you can-
that.
Yeah,
See,
and just below that, you can just make
Okay.
a motion to say in the title where,
okay, in the title, change the word pandemic to public health emergency. In the 8th whereas, changes the word pandemic to public health. In the last original whereas, will, and it's got quotation, will be second to last whereas noted above is added. Change to the word pandemic to public health emergency. Number 4, in section 2, replace pandemic with public health emergency. So section 2 will read, declaration of emergency. The COVID-19 public health emergency has created an emergency recognized on the federal, state, and local level, and that this ordinance is necessary to immediate preserve public peace, health, and safety. Okay, 5, in section 3, replace the word pandemic with public health. So section 3 will read that the city manager is authorized to accept a grant in the amount of $7,700,832 from the federal government passed through the state of Alaska for expenditures in response to the recovery from COVID-19 public health emergency. Your consideration is appreciated. Thank you, Scott.
Councilmember Naxton.
I'll second that. And I move to amend the amendment. That motion would be to I'm sorry, I guess since we took it out of order,
Yeah.
it's correct.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Apologize.
if this fails, we'll have to fall back, and I know where you're going with that.
I was assuming we're going to go on through, and that was what it said before.
I'll request unanimous consent.
Is there any objection to unanimous consent?
Is it
Councilmember-
second?
Okay, what's that, Councilmember Clendenning, or Councilmember Petty?
Did it need a second on,
It was seconded by Councilmember Naxton.
I beg your pardon?
So we're up for, and now there's a unanimous consent was requested, and I'll move to Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah, I won't object to it, but I just want to go on record that it's federal funds and it is a pandemic that happened across the country. But for argumentative sense and everything, I can live with this language and move on. So I just wanted to be on the record that I don't think it makes a difference either way, what we call it.
Very good. Is there any other discussion? Is there any objection to unanimous consent on the requested amendment? Seeing none, that amendment is approved. So I think we're okay on the first one. Councilmember Nax said we won't have to make that because this in
Correct.
fact made that change. So we now have ordinance number 3130-2020 as amended before us. Any further discussion from council? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Yeah, I think we need to move the other amendments that are in the lay down of proposed amendments. So that we get, like Councilmember Naxted pointed out, we get the correct number in section 3. So looking at page 3, I'd move,
Yeah, Vice Mayor Malloy.
yes.
I think with the, and correct me if I'm wrong, Paul or Jamie, but the amendment that,
Oh, we need to vote on the other one first. Is
well,
that-
we did, I think we just passed by unanimous consent the amendment that Councilmember Peterkin made, which included adding the amount, changing the amount to $7,708,832,000.
Oh, so it already took care of 1 and 2?
Correct.
2 and 3.
No,
Two.
2 and 3, okay, so,
Okay, so we're on, so you're going with number 1. Is that where we're going?
yes.
Okay, sorry. Continue.
No, that's all right. Can I go ahead with that, Mayor Gabriel?
Yes, Vice Mayor Malloy, please.
Thank you. So I move to amend ordinance 31302020 to add a last whereas clause to read, whereas consistent and scheduled reports from administration providing updates on the progress of any grant programs or other disbursement of funds, comma, along with additional special council meetings as needed, comma, will assure that the funds are utilized in a manner that maximizes the economic benefit of these funds to the residents of the city.
second. Request unanimous consent.
Thank you, Councilmember Naxted. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, that amendment is approved. So we now have ordinance 3130-2020 as amended before us. Any further discussion from council? I see Mr. Ostrander has his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just, one thing, I just wanted to clarify that the whereas clause that was the amendment that you just made was one that administration got from the work session that we felt that council wanted to see that whereas in there, which is why that one was added. I just want to make sure that I was clear on that. And the second one, and I guess I'm not sure if this is for Jamie, but since council didn't specifically amend the number, it's just the fact that it was read, even though they didn't specifically amend it, sufficient. The number change in section 3, even though it was read, the amendment wasn't made.
It was made. There was a motion to amend to make section 3 read
Okay,
this, and it was seconded and unanimously consent.
Is there any further discussion on ordinance number 3130-2020 as amended? I see Councilmember Petty has her hand up.
For the record, would you just clarify that number in section 3 for me, so I have a clear understanding of that number?
Yeah, the number is 7,700,830, $7,700,832.
Thank you.
And that's where it ended up after we made the amendment. With that, is there any other further discussion on ordinance number 3130-2020 as amended? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you, council. We're now on item D8, resolution number 2020-25, fixing the rate of levy of property tax for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2020 and ending June 30, 2021. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to adopt resolution 2020-25.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-25? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I somehow missed this in my packet. Can someone just give me the 10,000-foot view really quick?
Yeah, so what this does is it sets our levy for property tax in the city, which is 4.35 mils. It doesn't change it, it just sets it. It could change it, but administration has elected to keep it the same as of this vote. So essentially what you're doing is you're voting to keep the property tax the same mill rate as it has been last.
Thank you.
Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I'd just like to take a moment to thank Terry, the administration, the department heads, and, you know, through the budget process that we were able to hold this down this year and not have a raise in the mill rate. I think that's commendable. Thank you very much. Good job.
Any other discussion on the resolution? I'd just like to, Councilmember Navarre.
Real quick, I too just want to reiterate what Councilmember Naxted said, but also recognize and thank the administration and especially the finance director that they put this together prior to this pandemic funds being available or any of that. And we still don't know how all that'll shake out. But to recognize even before some of those funds were coming in that we needed to hold the line on our taxes for our citizens and see what next year brings us and see how we all come out of this is paramount in them putting the budget together, because they've been working on this longer than just a few months. And so I want to recognize that and thank them for making it all come together. Thanks.
Any further discussion? I'd just like to echo my colleagues' comments for administration and Terry in particular for the work product that was put out here.
Request unanimous consent. I'm sorry, Brian.
No, perfect. I was waiting for that. Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Naxton. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, resolution number 2020-25 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2020-26, amending its comprehensive schedule of rates, charges, and fees to incorporate changes included in the FY 2021 budget to include adjusting the Kenai Municipal Airport apron rental rates, airport reserve land annual lease rates, and adjusting the monthly rental rates at Vintage Point. This is brought forward by administration. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to adopt resolution 2020-26.
Second, request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-26? Hearing none, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection?
Just a process question.
Councilmember Glendinning.
Yeah, for the public that may be listening or try and ferret this out later, would a reiteration of the rationales as expressed in the memo from Kathy Romaine be good to just read in the verbal record? Just so we know, just because it has been a hot button issue in the past.
Yeah, or we can get a report from administration on the.
That would suffice. That'll be on the record.
Okay.
That's my only concern.
Mr. Oshretter.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Glendinning. So in reference to the Vintage Point rental rates, we did commission a market rate study by Reliant LLC, which determined that the rents at Vintage Point are below market rate. What we've done is we've instituted a plan that will increase those market rates annually by a maximum of $35 until all of the units there are at market value. This is similar to the plan that we followed the last time we had a market study done, and it worked well. So we're incorporating the same process this time to make sure that we get those Vintage Point rental rates back to market.
Thank you.
And just for reference for everybody here is that, those market rates analysis, they can go down too. So obviously in the housing market, then those rates would go down too, so. And with that, I know unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2026 or 2020-26 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2020-27, encouraging the governor to modify COVID-19 health mandate number 10, international and interstate travel, order for self-quarantine by allowing interstate travel and implementing alternative safety measures to support Alaskan businesses that rely on seasonal tourism while recognizing the successful efforts of the state leadership and Alaskan residents to slow the spread of COVID-19. It's brought forward by council members Peterkin and Petty. And we did have a letter that came to the clerk's office. You might have got an email to you, but it was after the lay down. So at this time, I'd ask Ms. Hines to read that letter correspondence into the record, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. This letter is addressed to Mayor Gabriel and Kenai City Council members regarding resolution number 2020-27. And it's from Uptown Motel. Dear Mayor Gabriel and council members, please accept this letter of support for the resolution number 2020-27. We are pleased with Governor Dunleavy's recent announcement removing the size restrictions on restaurants and other businesses. However, we are seeing an alarming amount of summer visitors cancel their reservation at the Uptown Motel and suspect that we are not alone, with others in similar straits. Many canceling have stated the 14-day quarantine as the specific reason for the hotel cancellation and indeed their entire trip to Alaska. We encourage the governor to announce sooner rather than later an end date of this quarantine to allow visitors to once again make plans to travel to our great state and especially the city of Kenai. Thank you for your consideration. Signed, David Schilling, owner.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Any discussion on, oh, did we go to public? Did we go to the public?
We haven't introduced it yet.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think we've had a motion yet.
I'd move to enact 2020-20, resolution number 2020-27, please.
I'd second it.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-27? Hearing none, we'll move it back to council. Would either of the sponsors like to fire out first here? Councilmember Peterkin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just can't express enough how important this particular mandate is to our state right now. We have 30, I don't know what the exact number is, 35 or something people sick in our state. And I believe that there's many other ways to get visitors here safely besides quarantining for 14 days. And we have just countless amounts of fishing guides, hotels, restaurants. I know the brewers with Alaska West Air, everybody is just, this is devastating. It's costing, people are canceling reservations daily. It's something that is within our realm of control as a state to try to to safely get visitors here without quarantining. And there are safe ways to do it. So I just hope that, you know, this is simply a resolution that goes to the governor, and I don't know that he even listens to our resolutions, but I hope it gives him a little bit of perspective on a business side of this. Thank you.
Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I guess I have a question for Councilmember Peterkin. He said a couple of times that there's other safe ways, but I don't think I heard what they were, since I guess it's pertinent to why the state shouldn't do this. I was wondering what his thoughts are on other safe ways.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel and Councilmember Naxted. So I kind of think earlier I mentioned that my daughter and I flew to Anchorage earlier this week, and they asked us a series of questions. One safe thing is, have you been sick in the last 30 days? Have you been contracted COVID? Have you had a fever? Have you anything that would lead to any sort of suspect of COVID? Other things are, there's non-invasive testing where they don't stick a 5-inch long corn cob up your nose. There's simpler tests now. There's I think that they could put controls in place, like not come from hotspots. There's just all sorts of controls that could be put in place, and those are just a couple examples. I'm happy to provide more if Councilmember Naxted wants more.
Any other discussion on a resolution number 2020-27? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, I will be supporting this resolution. This improvidently impacts our tourist and recreational industry, all out of proportion to perhaps its intent. Other industries, as manifested by what we heard from Mr. Ruffner tonight, they're accommodating. I have contacts in the large camp remote construction industry. They're doing the same thing. The North Slope is doing much the same. Even some of the humble fish camps that I have friends in along the shore here in the peninsula are doing their best to adhere to safety on regarding this pandemic. And I think passing this resolution today will just give the governor a little perspective and perhaps an idea of the magnitude that the decisions that were made for the 14-day, how it really impacts real people in a real economy in a real town of Kenai. Thank you.
Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-27? Councilmember Petty.
In co-sponsoring this resolution, it is a way to affirm our sympathy and support our businesses for tourist industry and our guests that come in to Alaska, and emphasize the severity that our communities are in because of the 14-day quarantine. And we're one of the minority of the states that have this severe burden upon our visitors and guests, and for our Alaskan citizens who come and go because of different situations that they find themselves in. So I appreciate everyone's consideration to support this.
Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-27? Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, you know, I was uncertain about it, kind of like Mayor Gabriel, you indicated before we heard from Robert Ruffner, but you know, his testimony about what the Alaska Salmon Alliance and the industry is doing as far as industry private industry risk management, was really helpful to me because I think that's important and recognize that it's happening. Also, the personal responsibility of individuals, I think is important. And so, the governor's Alaska Plan Forward was helpful with that when he made his announcement, where he was saying that his ability to do this. And I think this relates to the interstate travel part too, which he's looking at relaxing and the resolution is supporting is, he had those bullet points like from stay 6 feet or more away from non-family members, wiping services, all the regular protocols, as well as be mindful and respectful to those Alaskans that are most vulnerable to this virus, those being our seniors and those with existing health issues. And so I think that the personal responsibility of people that have already exercised that in our community has really helped. And, hopefully that our people that are coming in, our visitors, will exercise personal responsibility too. Gives me some encouragement to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-27? I guess where I'm at with it is I did have concerns and was entertaining maybe passing the gavel and making an amendment in regard to the mandate still basically excluding from this resolution the seafood industry and the seafood processors, because I think it's very important that they maintain control. They have a business interest, obviously, to make sure that they don't have a COVID outbreak in their processing facilities. So I feel confident enough after hearing from Mr. Ruffner. I think that they'll probably will obviously continue what they're doing and maybe even have stricter controls than the governor might mandate. So I'm okay with that. I know the state, we're opening back up. And as Vice Mayor Malloy said, folks are, going to have, we'll see. Obviously, this is somewhat of a litmus test as we move forward to see what that does for, spikes in our area or throughout Alaska. We still need to be diligent here. I don't think that people need to have the attitude that, okay, now that we're opening things up, that we're going to go back at least near term the way it was prior to the outbreak and the health crisis that we have seen people in. And I think for a lot of people, it's not a health crisis until you've actually been admitted to the hospital, and then it is a health crisis. But something certainly we need to be cognizant of and ease our way into. I think that folks that are nervous are probably not going to go out to eat and for a while and kind of see how this goes. So at this point, I'm okay with supporting this as is, but also ask folks to still advocate for washing and doing the things that we have been doing so far to keep our infection and death rate low in Alaska. So are there any other comments on resolution 2020-27? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Council. We're now on item D11, resolution number 2020-28, authorizing contracts for employee health care and other benefits effective July 1, 2020. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to adopt resolution 2020-28.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-28? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Pleasure, council. Any comments, deliberation?
I just,
Councilmember-
like
or
it was said
Councilmember
earlier,
LaFleur.
but I just. Sorry, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate it when we dealt with the budget on this, and so I would request unanimous consent for this resolution.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing or hearing none, resolution number 2020-28 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2020-29, adopting the capital improvement project plan, CIP, for fiscal years 2021 through 2025. Pleasure of council. Councilor Nexton.
Did you call on me?
Yes, Councilmember
Oh,
Nexton.
I'm sorry. Clicked out there. I move to adopt resolution 2020-29.
Second,
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-29? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from council? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes, I just note in the literature provided with this that this indeed is a living document, subject to change and amendment. But I think it is good to have a plan. I think this is a good roadmap. It outlines the concerns of the city, and we have ranking prioritization, and this is a product of the good work session that we have, and I have confidence that the assertions in it are correct, and the dollar amounts are within projection. And I know we'll be watching our dollars carefully, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, deliberation from council? Councilmember Nexton.
I really don't, after reading through it, but Mr. Ostrander is sitting there. I don't know if he has anything that he'd like to share with us. There's been some things shifted in here, I think, a little bit more recently. So just kind of giving the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and thank you, Councilmember Naxted. I guess the main thing I want to share, well, first of all, you're right, there were a lot of things that shifted. Once COVID reared its head here in March, we shifted almost everything from what was planned for this upcoming fiscal year 2021 to 2022. So we've deferred one more year, which we certainly hate to see. But I think the thing I'd like to point out here is I'm really proud of the work that my staff has done on this document. This is something that the city's needed for a lot of years. We've been working on it for about 3 years of my 3.5 years that I've been here. So what you see in front of us was a culmination of a lot of effort over a long time. And the assistant to the city manager, Christine Cunningham in particular, I gave this to her about 5 months ago, and I said, Christine, we got to make this thing happen. And she did an incredible job pulling this thing together and getting it in the format that you see here. So again, I'm really proud of the document, proud of the work that my staff did. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments or discussion?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-29 is adopted. Next up, we have resolution number 2020-30, recommending the Kenai Peninsula Borough Assembly enact ordinance number 2020-24, which would provide for vote by mail elections, more time between a regular election and runoff election, and removal of proposition statements. This is requested by Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd like to move to enact resolution number 2020-30.
Is there a second? Do we have a second for Not even for the sake of discussion, huh?
Can you pass the gavel?
I'll move. Second.
Okay, very good. It's been moved and seconded. Is there the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-30. Seeing none, we'll bring back to council. Councilmember Peterkin. Would you like to speak to us?
Yeah, I would just like to say that, thank you, Mayor Gabriel, first of all. Mayor Gabriel, you, Katie, and Paul. Tim
Yeah,
and-
council. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So you and I and Paul, of course, headed, he was the chair of the meetings with the borough. Just a little history, guys. I was recruited to this board because I was substantially against mail order voting. I mean, I was dead set against it. And after going to several months of meetings and walking through every step of 8A requirements, different emergencies like earthquakes and floods and sewer and different events, COVID and different things, I soon recognized that mail order voting was far and away the way to go in Alaska. Participation wise, there's many times when something right now in a state of emergency where we may not have been able to vote. Just several ways. The security, we went through weeks of security. You have to, there's signature recognition. There's 1 or 2 checks on that. There's a computer check that can literally, if your wife signs it, it is not going to pass. You're going to get a phone call. I mean, there is so many security checks. I believe it's far better than going in person. There's the ability to have, if we decide, you can recommend a voter ID number be on it. There's just on and on and on security checks. I mean, I don't know, Mayor Gabriel, if you felt the same way. I went in there adamantly against it and left it being a no-brainer. This is the way to go. I think it may take time to educate the public. Some people, they can still go and vote. There's still going to be voting places where they can go. They can still request absentee ballots. They can still, there's double checks. There's no way that you can possibly vote twice. That this system does not allow it. I'm going to be on KSRM here on the 2nd, I believe. I mean, there's just, I don't know. You guys, that's just what I learned by being on that committee. So I'm happy to answer questions. I'm here to tell you I was against it in the beginning and it straight up changed my mind. Sorry for taking so long. Thank you.
No, that's fine. Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-30? Councilmember Naxton.
I'll just step in first. I would rather not have this resolution fail. I think it's probably the direction we're going to go, but I think the timing is a bit off, at least for me, and I think a lot of other people. Not for Robert for the reasons he pointed out, which are valid for him, but you know, we're planning on having a work session on it so we can get more informed on the ordinance. I don't have a copy of the borough ordinance here that we're supporting. I appreciate all the work the clerks have done, and I certainly trust them and all that. But I do have to say, you know, a lot of the constituents I have, people I know, they think that voting by mail is, some think it's the best thing since sliced bread, and then some think it's probably shifted more towards a communist plot, you know, and they're concerned that it's going to be, you know, people are going to be stealing ballots and all of this, and how that's going to, and what we need to do is have a work session and bring the public in and educate them some more. I don't feel comfortable at this point supporting a borough ordinance I don't have a copy of, and I don't know how they're going to amend it. I guess we'll be supporting something they're going to talk about next week that they probably will amend, and they may postpone for that matter. And I'd be more inclined to support it at a little later date. Perhaps if we were to postpone this resolution a couple of meetings down the way. The borough's going to do what the borough's going to do. And, but I don't think it's in our best interest or the borough's best interest for us to vote it down. And I'm not sure it's in my constituents' best interest for us to support it at this moment until there's been some more public education. So we get to a place where Robert is right now. Thank you.
And Councilmember next, just for your information, there was the copy of the borough ordinance was included in our packet under this resolution. It's Kenai Peninsula Borough Ordinance 2020-24. And it is quite lengthy. I went through it 3 or 4 times, but we'll have Ms. Hines pipe in here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I also just wanted to point out that one of the sections of the resolution states that it's supporting the ordinance as currently written. And the reason for the timing is because the borough is holding their public hearing and presumably adopting it on June 2nd, and our next meeting is not until June 3rd.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I forgot 2 things. First of all, sorry, Jamie, you were at all the meetings as well, and I forgot to mention that. The other thing is, and Jamie, please correct me if I have this wrong, but we actually use the state's outdated vote counting equipment that the borough borrows. It's not compliant, and it just goes on and on and on. And so if the borough goes this way, we're kind of headed that way, as well as unless we want to like purchase our own voting counting stuff. So that's another little whole thing. And I agree with Councilman member next that we need to have bring everybody up to speed on what we learned, Mayor, but thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Hines, did you want to respond? I saw you took your mic off.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Gabriel. I was just gonna say, yes, the city has traditionally borrowed the state equipment, and that equipment is out of date and is not ADA accessible. And even if we were to borrow their new equipment, we would not be able to borrow their ADA equipment. So we are still without an ADA accessible option. And I would just add that this is called vote by mail, but I think it might be better termed as vote any way you want to vote. It's a vote by mail hybrid system, which means that if you want to go vote in person at a vote center, you can. If you want, your ballots will be mailed to you so you can vote by mail. And if you are going to be, if you're a snowbird and you live in Florida for 2 months out of the year, you can have an absentee ballot sent to you that way. So that's all I have to add, unless there's specific questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Any further discussion on resolution number 2020-30? Okay, I see a few hands up. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Last meeting, we had a discussion point regarding this issue. And I had numerous questions and concerns, and I was trying to educate myself as well as some of my constituents who had concerns. And I was assured that there would be a work session. And lo and behold, I look up and there's 2 items on our agenda promoting this proposition. And I don't think all the dogs are barking yet. All right, and I can't support this resolution in its present form. One is because we don't know what the borough is going to do in their I believe the 2nd of June meeting, and secondly, we haven't had a fulsome discussion. I know there was regarding ADA compliant equipment. I believe that was Homer. They came up with some equipment, but they weren't required to until the end of this year. Also, the state is taking some action to have vote in person. So we have to be mindful that we're not having parallel types of voting regimen. These are all things that still need to be discussed. So while I find some of the aspects of this ordinance intriguing, I still think we need to have an eyeball to eyeball discussion and as promised, have a thoughtful discussion with our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Patty?
Yes, I appreciate Mr. Peterkin bringing this forward, but it has come to light with other states who have implemented voting by mail. More and more things are coming to light as being fraudulent and concerns of lost ballots. And my constituents have spoke to me and are concerned about those issues and making the legitimacy of our election be absolutely legitimate and not subject to dishonesty and fraud. That's one of my main concerns, and a main concern of people who I've spoke to in the community. I am all for being educated to the point where I can make a different decision, but right now I can't at this time vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So I'm kind of where Councilmember Naxted was regarding this. You know, I have read all the material, appreciate having received the feasibility study again, you know, read that again. And I'm kind of okay with vote by mail and any other method, and more time between a regular election. I still have some questions regarding it, but there is a part I really don't like, and that's removal of the factual proposition statements for and against propositions that have been in the pamphlet. I do think that's important, and that's a part of this package that the problem for me is that this supports it as currently presented, you know, and you know, I don't know if the borough's going to go with that or not. I personally don't really support that part, and I don't know. And there's you know, an ordinance that we introduced to piggyback this with repealing and reenacting our own code, and I'm not sure how it will work if other people agree that maybe we shouldn't, you know, ourselves remove for City of Kenai propositions for and against statements, because, you know, we've had propositions where the city put in statements and, you know, et cetera too. And I don't know how that would work if the borough isn't allowing it. And we haven't had that discussion in a work session. So I guess, you know, I would like to support it, but I'm not sure that I can tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hines, I guess that brings up a pretty good point. As far as our city code, would we still be allowed to do the for and against statements on propositions on the City of Kenai ballots?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. We could do our own for and against statements. Our code is silent on that at this point. This would be, if the borough was to pass this ordinance as written, they would no longer be providing those in the pamphlet, which is mailed or provided to the entire borough. It would, I think, if I recall, it was printing costs that sort of, and putting the clerk in charge of policing what was actually for and against. It was, anybody could write a for statement and a pro statement and a con statement. So it may or may not have been somebody who was sponsoring the legislation. So we would certainly be able to do our own method if that was just within the city, as opposed to trying to incorporate it into the borough's pamphlet.
Thank you. So is Councilmember Peterkin, Councilmember Navarre. You're muted, Tim.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, I don't have a problem with vote by mail. And as it states in the stakeholders have evaluated, the borough's been doing vote by mail for a long time in a lot of precincts. Especially those that are hard to have voter clerks hold the election or people go, and they've enjoyed it through a number of years. So I don't have any problem with that. And I'm a little bit like Naxted. I think it's very important for us to make sure we educate the people and they get a chance to communicate. Now, it appears that the assembly will do something and or the borough, and we'll have to decide whether we go along or not, or hold our own elections. In some cases, even if we disagree with a little thing here and there, it starts getting into a cost. And we have to take that into account for our residents also. It's sort of like we do when we have the borough collect our sales tax. We could collect our own, but it makes it a lot easier when the borough's going through a system. So
I'm sorry.
I think we need
Hey,
to.
Tim. Hey, Tim, I think you got some background noise, some people talking in your background, and I think Jim's having a hard time hearing you, I think.
All right, I'll try. No.
I'm getting something to eat. I don't care.
Sorry. Yeah, I have kids in the house. Anyway, it's a little quieter, I hope. Anyway, my point, I don't know what you heard or with all the background. I'm for the vote by mail. I think it's the way we need to go. I think it's another tool, as Jamie stated, that can be used. So why not? But I don't know if everybody's had a chance to talk. I don't want to vote this down. And so at this point, I'd move to postpone to the second meeting in June.
I guess, well, I could wait for a second on that since there's a motion on the floor,
Second.
but.
I'll second it.
Second, but I would just like to say that I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, but there's a timing issue here because I think this is on their agenda for approval in the 1st of June. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yes, the borough is holding their public hearing on June 2nd, and they are able to then adopt it on June 2nd. And it is Johnny's hope and expectation that it is adopted on June 2nd to provide enough time to move forward in the acquisition of plans for that. And I also just wanted to point out that our city code requires a 30-day period between enactment and effective date. And so one way or another, whether if the borough postpones theirs to a date a little bit later, we are going to have to adopt it by June 17th, and we may have to put a contingency statement in one of the sections stating that it is contingent upon the borough enacting theirs. The timing is just difficult, but that is the situation that we're in.
Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone?
Can I get who seconded that motion? I missed it.
That was Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you.
I think. Is there any other discussion on the motion to postpone? Councilmember Navarre.
I just I guess I'm trying to understand the timing now. The fact that we support, if we were to pass this as written, doesn't it still take action by our council if the borough passes it?
Well, so this is a resolution supporting the borough ordinance. In our packet for our next meeting is a public hearing on our code change
Right.
to allow for vote mail. So it's somewhat separate. Yes, Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So that's my point is we're going to address this, and that was my point in postponing it. Because this way we don't have any comment. The city of Kenai didn't comment on it at the borough. The borough have to make their own call.
Yeah.
And we'll have to deal with it when our ordinance comes up. And I guess at that point, we'll be clear on what the borough's done. And we then can set a work session if we need to or something and be ready for our ordinance, because that's going to be the real trigger and we're going to have to move on it. So I just don't want, I don't know what the votes are here tonight, but I think a message to say, don't do it. Or we voted it down not to support it. I think might be sending, at least for me, the wrong message. I know for some of the others based on the debate. So I don't know how we get out of this, because we're not going to necessarily approve it without a lot of amendments to the current draft resolution. Because as stated, some people have some problems with, so they'd want to amend it to say excluding I forget what Representative or Councilmember Malloy's concern was, but we'd have to amend it for that one and so on. So anyway, I think having a no comment, that's essentially what our postponement would do. And we address it as the city when we have our ordinance come up. And I'm more comfortable with that than sending a message to the borough to tell them not to do a vote by mail, because I think vote by mail option is a necessity that should be available to the whole borough, not just 6 or 8 of the current by mail precincts that currently have the benefit of that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you. I have a question for the clerk that goes to the timing and everything, if I may. And it's I had read in the newspaper that the lieutenant governor said there was going to be no vote by mail for the August primary. So, is the point of the process that the borough and everything would be, and the city's going through, is it to get it done for the municipal election in October? So this postponement, if we did that like Councilmember Navarre's suggesting, would be a no message and it wouldn't affect that, or are they actually trying to, do something so locally we do vote by mail for the August primary, regardless of what the state says?
Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Malloy, the Lieutenant Governor is speaking to state elections,
Okay.
not municipal elections. And what the borough and we are considering is for municipal elections alone. And back to the timing, our public hearing is going to be scheduled for June 3rd. It was on the consent agenda to be introduced, and our public hearing is going to be on June 3rd. And you have later in this meeting an opportunity to set a work session. And so we have the postponement to June 17th. And so I'm wondering if there would be an amendment to change that to June 3rd, so that even if at that point it's kicked again down the road, it would have an opportunity to be considered on June 3rd which may be after a work session and would in theory be the day after the borough could possibly be adopting theirs already.
Thank you. That answered my question.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, a couple things is one, the date for this resolution on the 17th would enable us to react to a fulsome ordinance from the borough. And also bringing up our own ordinance on the 3rd is less than 24 hours after the borough assembly has taken action on their ordinance. The time is really compressed, and the hearing for their ordinance isn't until the 2nd. So we really don't know how all of this is going to feather out. We really don't know the sideboards on the discussion. So it's I think what drives this is going to be our response to the Assembly's ordinance, and that will be reflected in the ordinance, the municipal ordinance that we have. This resolution can still happen on the 17th, putting a bow on the situation and making an affirmation of a unified position for the borough and the municipalities. But the way it looks now is that the state is going to have vote in person, and we're going towards vote by mail, and we'll have two different systems for the voters to contemplate, and that's a subject for our work session or later. Thank you.
Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-30? Is Councilmember Navarre.
You've spoken twice already.
Thank you. Just real quick, and I appreciate the clerk's consideration, but like I said, with Councilmember Glendenning's comment, essentially by us postponing this, we're just not going to comment on the borough's one. We're going to deal with it as a city with that ordinance. And essentially by the 17th, if the borough has passed theirs, this resolution will be null and void. So essentially it won't matter whether we voted it up or down, and we'll know what we did. And I think being a clearer picture in enforcing for our citizens, and let the borough have their debate and we'll have our debate, and education, because I think that's important for our residents to understand the benefit of vote by mail, and which I believe will come out in the debate, but it's also other people might want to show the downside. I think the stakeholders did a lot of good work, but my postponement date is where I would like to keep it, and us just not have a comment to the borough at this point.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I agree with Tim. I mean, it's Jamie put a lot of work into this, and I sponsored it, and I and Paul spent a lot of time going through this, but I kind of think it's just the borough was wanting a little support on this. Has Soldotna as a city, every city in our borough was involved in the stakeholders group, and I represented our council on it. I believe Mayor Gabriel, you did as well. And again, Paul chaired all the meetings. Maybe Paul has something to add to this. It would be beneficial. I would appreciate his opinion, but I guess I'm okay with postponing. I mean, the only thing it really does is this one goes away, and then we deal with it through after our councils apparently brought up more to speed. I kind of thought we gave them all a report after the borough came up with something, but that's okay. Is it appropriate for Paul to chime in?
We could, well, actually, it's actually on our, before the body here right now.
Okay.
I think that's appropriate for folks to make their own decision. But I
Yeah.
guess I would just, to go to Ms. Hines and ask, I think you'd asked whether other municipal or peninsula
Yeah,
municipalities had supported a resolution for this borough ordinance, Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. As put in the memo that was provided in the packet, the city of Soldotna unanimously approved a similar resolution at their meeting on, I believe it was May 13th. I know that the city of Homer was also considering a similar resolution. I just don't know the meeting date and don't know the status of the adoption of that resolution.
Okay, very good. And as Councilmember Peterkin mentioned, I was on the election stakeholders group as an alternate. And like Robert, a bit of a skeptic going in with vote by mail. You know, there's on a certain level, I think that if folks truly want to vote, they can vote. And the most secure way to do that is, you know, when you have complete control of the ballot through the entire process. That being said, there was, as we went through the process, and, you know, I've got to tell you that, you know, number one, when you misrepresent a ballot or vote for somebody, you know, vote twice, you're committing a fraud, which is punishable. It's a crime. So let's start there. Number two, the clerks, I don't think I've met a clerk there that have like is their most highest level of integrity to make sure that their elections that they're in charge of go through and and they're accountable for those. They want to make sure that the integrity of the process is not impugned in any way. So there are safeguards that are built into how those elections are facilitated. So when you get a ballot in the mail, and there's discussion, obviously there's going to be an educational process if this moves forward. But the whole idea, what spawned this whole thing was there was a complaint, 88 complaint filed from a gentleman, I believe, down in Homer. And was it the civil, I can't remember which Alaska organization or department had 88 had basically mandated that the borough needed to provide better opportunities for folks with disabilities. So it went from there to, as Robert mentioned, the voter equipment for the borough is getting outdated. So at that point, there was going to have to be investment made. And the question was made, well, now's the time to go to vote by mail. The other thing is that's always talked about is it increases voter turnout, which I believe it does. Our voter turnout on a non-presidential year is somewhere around 20%. It's actually pretty dismal. And even on a presidential election, it's not much over 20. Where vote by mail and Anchorage are getting, you know, rates, I think as high as 60%, I believe, Jamie, somewhere in that range. So
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The most recent information that I have is that states that do vote by mail for general elections see 60 to 80% turnout in their general elections, the November elections. And then the municipality sees, now they see about 35, high 30%, between low 30 and in high 30%. In mayoral years, they have seen about a 10% increase in voter turnout.
thank you. So, you know, I've you know, reached, you know, sort of reconciled with myself that I think that we're okay moving forward with the vote by mail with the ordinance as written. So, you know, if there's changes or amendments made to the borough, I don't know if I would support those amendments because there's some that are concerning safeguards. I did talk to the borough clerk today because there was some items in the feasibility study that question, you know, maybe decisions that might be made because to save costs, and one was doing away with the security flap that would that hides the identifiers of the voters, people that were concerned about security there. So at any rate, Johnny said that they plan on moving forward with the way they have been doing with the security flaps on the outer jackets of the envelopes. And so anyway, there's a lot of things that there's a lot to take in. And so I do understand council members Maxted and some other folks that are concerned because maybe they don't understand exactly how it all works. And that was the purpose of the work session. So this isn't, obviously I think there would, probably be beneficial from the city to support it. I don't think it's going to change the fact that that ordinance will be before us at our next meeting at any rate. So it'll give us a chance to have a work session and folks to come up to speed. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, two things. One is that this council already has ratified the concept of vote by mail. It wasn't this fall that we recognized the fine work of the Citizens Committee. Didn't we do this already?
We did recommend that.
Doesn't that cover it? And let me go forward here. Is that this ordinance that is in our packet hasn't even had a public hearing at the borough. And for us to go forward and say, well, we're going to vote for this, well, we'd have to vote for it before we found out what it really was. And the third most important thing is we were having a similar discussion back at our previous meeting when it was a discussion item, and I was told that I didn't have to, how can we say, pontificate as much, is because we would have a work session. And I took it at face value. And now there's 2 items on our agenda. And I think it's a matter of process. And I'll just leave it there. We can handle this through our ordinances, and the resolution can be approved on the 17th, and we'll put a nice tidy bow on it and say, bravo, you did a good job, or we recognize what you did, and we'll affirm the statement that we made this fall because we already have countenanced this activity. Thank you.
Yeah, and to be fair to Ms. Hines, she did lay out at our last meeting exactly what was going to happen with the resolution supporting the borough ordinance and our ordinance to amend our city code as exactly what it showed up in the packet. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I think is what we actually have on the floor, the postponement. So if we vote,
Yeah.
we're voting on postponement, not
Correct.
the
Yes.
resolution itself. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Yes, and I didn't get a chance to really talk, and I'm sorry I kind of jumped on our turn before Councilmember Navarre made that motion. So I just want to get it on the record. Any other discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, Clerk, Vice Mayor or Councilmember Navarre.
Just real quick, I know I made the motion, but if the motion fails to postpone, I will be voting in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peterson.
If we vote to postpone it and the borough meeting is on the 2nd and our next meeting's on the 3rd, then this goes away. So we don't even need to vote on the next motion. But anyway, and I do believe that after we got done with the whole process from the borough, we gave a full report, and I thought we discussed it, but it's been a while back, so I can't remember exactly.
It's a big change. So, and I think you're to speak to your point. Yes, this would, by postponing this resolution beyond tonight, it pretty much makes it a no vote or weigh in on this borough ordinance to them. Our ordinance to amend our city code to accommodate vote by mail is still on our agenda for our next meeting for public hearing. So any other discussion on postponement? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Naxtet,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
No,
Councilmember Navarre,
No.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
No.
motion passes.
So that will be postponed till our June, will be postponed to our June 17th agenda. Is that correct? How's everybody doing? Is anybody looking for a break yet? Soldier on. Okay. Rob, now, resolution number 2001. Councilmember Navar, can you mute your mic there? Thank you. We're now on resolution number 2020-31, approving a conversion of a lease of airport reserve land subscribed as Lot 4 FBO subdivision number 7 with the State of Alaska Division of Forestry for non-standard lease form. Pleasure, Councilmember Naxton.
I move to approve resolution 2020-31. I'm still trying to find it.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-31? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberations, council? Seeing none.
We cast unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, resolution number 2020-31 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2020-32, approving a memorandum of understanding with the Kenai Historical Society Incorporated to preserve and promote the history of Kenai through the Kenai Cabin Park. This is requested by legal. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd like to move resolution number 2020-32, approving memorandum of understanding with the Kenai Historical Society for enactment.
Second and request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-32?
No.
Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to Councilmember Naxton.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm a board member on the Historical Society, and which just means I don't get any money. There's no financial gain on this, so I'm not sure that I should, if I have a conflict or not. I guess you would need to make that decision.
You're just a board member for the Historical Society.
That is correct. Volunteer
You
situation.
do not receive a stipend for being on that board?
That is correct.
Okay. I will rule that you are able to vote on this resolution, Mr. Naxton. Councilmember Glendenning.
I'd appreciate the same consideration. I'm in the same boat. I'm a member also.
Board member, do you receive a stipend or compensation for being on the board, Mr. Glendenning?
No, I bring cookies to the meeting though.
I will rule that you are able to vote on this resolution. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd just like to say in reference to Councilmember Naxted and Glendenning that's priceless. So, but thank you.
Agreed. Thank you for that. Is there any other discussion on resolution number 2020-32? Was unanimous consent requested? Yes, okay, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, resolution number 2020-32 is adopted, and I'd like to thank Councilmember Naxted and Glendenning for their service on the board of the Kenai Historical Society. Next, we have resolution number 2020-33, approving an agreement for use of cranes, offices, and operating area at the city boat facility. This is brought forward by administration. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd like to move resolution number 2020-33, approving agreement for use of cranes, offices, and operating area at the city boating facility forward.
Second,
Second,
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-33? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council? Councilmember Glendenning.
yes, I just have a suggestion of adding a whereas. Be after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, be whereas number 6, and just note that on May 11th of 2020, the Harbor Commission met and is in support of awarding the agreement for use of the facilities, or words to that effect.
I accept that.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So could you just clarify the amendment again, Councilmember Glendenning?
Certainly. On May 11th, 2020, the Harbor Commission met and is in support of awarding an agreement to Pacific Star Seafood for use of the facilities.
Okay, and where, is there any particular place you'd like to insert that whereas?
Yeah, I counted them down. Let me do it again here. It's after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would become number 6, and it would be before the last whereas.
Okay, very good. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, Nate Berga with the company that is negotiating with us abstained from, just as so that everybody knows, abstained from any of the recommendations on the Harbor Commissioner meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you for that information. Much appreciated. Any other discussion on the amendment? I see
No.
Mr. Ostrander has his hand up there. Paul?
Sorry, Mayor Gabriel, I don't have a comment on the amendment, but I'd like to make a comment when you get to the main motion.
Okay, very good. Is there any other?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous
Second.
consent was requested. Is there any objection? All right. Seeing no objection, we now have resolution number 2020-33 as amended before us. Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just want to take this opportunity to point out the whereas, actually the 5th whereas, it talks about special use permits. So council did pass a resolution last year allowing administration to enter into special use permits for limited access for private users. That resolution is still valid, and we are planning on continuing to utilize that resolution that was passed last year for this upcoming season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ostrander. I'd just like to say I appreciate administration's effort to move this along. This is a nice little surprise as I read through the packet, considering what we've gone through the last couple of years of getting users down there to utilize the dock and generate some revenue and also accommodate other private users. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. And we're just as the liaison on the Harbor Commission, that we're still asking them to pursue a fuel vendor for the dock in addition to this. So that is still on the docket, and we've talked to Scott about it, and I know Paul's in the loop. So we're still pursuing that at a, we have all of the commercial fishing canneries want our dock to provide fuel for their fleet. And that is another revenue source for our city and our dock. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterkin. Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-3 as Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yes, just to say that I'm pleased to see this dock being used, and the cash flow from its use will most certainly be appropriately applied to its maintenance and continued use. So it's been through a couple earthquakes, and the cathodic protection is not operational now. So it's imperative that we get it fixed. I believe we will, and this will just provide cash flow to support it, since it is a general fund item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-33 as amended? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navar,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendinning,
Yes,
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtat.
Yes,
Motion passes.
Thank you. Council, let's take a 7-minute break here. We'll reconvene at 8:15 or 6, somewhere in there.
Jamie has a hard time executing things sometimes. I think get ourselves stuck on. It seemed odd that there was so much confusion. Well, and I just specifically, I do. I mean, Jim's right. He was told, look, we're gonna have a work session and talk about this. She was referring to the ordinance, not the resolution. Yeah, but that's.
hey Scott, you know you're not on mute.
Brian,
Yes, sir.
so are we landing 747s in Kenai tonight? Are you hearing that?
Yeah, I did hear several times like they're doing touching. I don't know if they got the C-130s doing touch and goes right now.
It's gotta be something, man. They're just loud as can be at my house going over top.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of them.
Paul's probably charging them like $100 a touchdown or something.
Did you see the F-22s fly over last Friday?
Yeah, yeah, they flew right over my scrapyard in Nikiski. It was so cool. 2 of them went by and then 2 more. It was awesome.
Yeah, I had them go by right in front of my house. It was perfect. Just,
Wow. So Paul,
I
what,
wanted to hear them go really zooming. They were just kind of floating by. When they
Yeah.
scream by, it's intense.
so Paul, do you have 747s landing here tonight, or what keeps going over our house, man?
I hadn't noticed it. I'm right near the airport here. I hadn't noticed it, but Mary didn't let me know that we had anything unusual going on.
Yeah, something big's been landing about every half hour. It just going right over my house.
So, Mayor Gabriel, we're still live right now.
yes, we are.
Thank you, Paul.
Wonder if Jim remembered to turn on his video.
There he is.
There he is.
Nice hat, Jim.
I'd like to call our meeting back to order here. We're on item G5, action approval. Purchase orders over $15,000 requested by administration. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Naxted. You're muted. You're muted, Henry.
There we go. Sorry about that. I move we approve purchase orders over $15,000. Looks like we have one.
Second,
It's second. Is there any discussion on action approval purchase orders over 15,000?
Request unanimous consent.
Very good. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing or hearing none, purchase orders over $15,000 are approved. Next, we have action approval, special use permit to James Doyle doing business as Weaver Brothers for truck trailer storage, requested by administration. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd like to move action approval for this forward for I guess number 6.
second,
Thank you. Any discussion on the action approval for special use permit for James Doyle doing business as Weaver Brothers for truck trailer storage?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you, Councilor Naxted. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, this action is approved. Next, under action approval, we have special use permit to Axtel Enterprises LLC for fuel reduction requested by administration. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Vice Mayor Malloy.
thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to approve the special use permit to Axtel Enterprises for fuel reduction.
Second, request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, this action is approved. Next, we have action approval, lease assignment of Lot 2 Kenai Spit subdivision from North Pacific Seafoods to E&E Seafoods Incorporated doing business as Packstar Pacific Star Seafoods requested by administration. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd like to move action approval for number 8, lease agreement to Lot 2 Kenai Bit subdivision to North Pacific Seafoods.
Second,
Forward.
second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I guess just for the sake of disclosure, I'd like to pass the gavel to Councilmember or Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Gabriel. You have the floor.
Thank you. And I just wanted to disclose that I have, my wife and I are both commercial setting fishermen in Cook Inlet. And we've sold fish. It was prior owned by Inlet Salmon and then Inlet Fish Producers who sold to North Pacific Seafoods, which we sold our catch to for the last 2 years. We don't have any financial obligation to them, nor do they have a financial obligation to us, and we do not have year-to-year contracts. It's solely done on an annual basis with no required commitment to sell fish to North Pacific Seafoods, but I just want to disclose that they are our long-term buyer and have been for a while.
Since you don't have any current agreement with them and no guarantee of a current agreement, I don't think you have a direct financial interest. So I would rule that you can act on this motion and pass the gavel back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy. So we have an approval action, this lease assignment. Was there unanimous consent requested?
I'll request.
Question is consent.
Okay, thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, this action item is approved. Next, we have action approval, lease assignment of lot 2. Oh, that's what I just did, sorry. Next one up, we have city response to COVID-19. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So since the last council meeting, there's been no change in employee status. All employees are still working with the exception of 2 employees that are still teleworking and 4 employees that are 14-hour employees that are furloughed. So for facility updates, as far as what stage of opening different city facilities are at, the visitor center opened on Monday of this week, the 18th. City Hall is scheduled to open on a limited basis tomorrow. Primarily what that means is it's reservation only, and folks can come in. Actually, if they show up at the front, there'll be a number that they can call and come in and pay their utility bills. Or if they want a face-to-face meeting with an employee, then all meetings, at least currently, are going to be in council chambers. But we are scheduled to open on a limited basis starting tomorrow. The senior center is still closed. Actually, senior centers, specifically in the governor's announcement last night, are some of the areas that are still mandated to be closed. The rec center, we're shooting for an opening on June 1st, potentially. With the governor's announcement last night, that may be possible, or it is possible with the governor's announcement. I talked to Bob Frades today. He has not talked to the Boys and Girls Club yet, but he's going to talk to them after the governor's recommendations come out formally tomorrow. And so once those are out, we'll have that conversation with the Boys and Girls Club and likely shoot for an opening of June 1st for that facility. As far as the library goes, curbside pickup is currently ongoing, and according to our library director, it's been successful. Folks really enjoy the fact or appreciate the fact that they can get books now delivered curbside. The next phase of opening for the library is going to be the computer usage. That's one of the areas that people, the residents of the city, need more than anything, is the ability to use the computers in the facility. That is scheduled right now for June 1st. I've asked the library director to really follow along with a lot of what the other libraries are doing within the state. There's only one library in the state currently that's open beyond where we are. Most of the libraries are hesitant and trying to take a really slow, controlled reopening of their libraries. There's things to consider within the library that I think are unique to libraries. So they're taking a very deliberate pace in reopening those facilities. So that covers facilities. As far as the CARES Act, we covered that extensively at our work session on Monday, so I won't go into detail, although I appreciate the council's consideration and passage of the ordinance tonight, which will allow us to start working on the next steps. Larry personally has already put together a lengthy document that encompasses all the different questions that we feel we need to answer before we put the programming together for council's consideration. We're hoping to accelerate this to the point where we can make a decision later on this week by potentially Friday to schedule a work session for next week, so the council can look at those program guidelines. Whether or not we can get that in front of you by next week, I'm not sure, but that's what we're hoping for. And last thing I have as far as COVID, we have a large order of PPE that we put in through the borough's EOC. The supplies at the state level are still limited, and what we're finding is as we put in requests for PPE, those orders are only being filled partially. We got some gloves and some surgical masks this week, but much of the other part of the order that we put in has not been filled to date. So that's all I've got as far as a COVID update, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Oshner. Is there any questions of the city manager regarding COVID-19? Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I don't need exact details, but you mentioned 4 were furloughed or something. Is that, are those full-time employees or?
Mr. Oshner.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Peterkin. No, they're 14-hour employees, so they work 14 hours a week. The majority of those are at the library because we're not fully open yet. They're public-facing employees, so they're still furloughed. But as we begin to reopen the library, those folks will be coming back.
Thank you, Paul.
Any other questions of the city manager? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes, we have some training facilities like over at Beacon, et cetera. Do we have any anticipated use or reservations for those facilities?
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendenning. I don't know for sure what Beacon's plans are for when their first trainings are. I know that they canceled their May trainings. I'm not sure where they're at on their June or later trainings, but I know they had to cancel some. I know they're hoping to have some later this summer.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the city manager? I guess I do have one. Paul, do you anticipate making any mandate or being any more restrictive than the governor is allowing within the city of Kenai?
Thank you, Mayor. Our approach this entire time is to really rely on the Department of Health and Social Services and their expertise and the governor's direction, and we've done that to this point. So certainly as far as privately owned facilities within the city, I wouldn't anticipate making any recommendation to council on stricter mandates there. Our public facilities, as you'll see with the library and even City Hall, we may open a little bit more slowly with those public facilities than what the governor's mandates would allow. But certainly as far as the private folks out there, I wouldn't anticipate us making any recommendations to have stricter mandates.
Thank you. With any other, Councilmember Peterkin?
Yeah, for public record, I just would like to, my understanding is we're not enforcing any of the state mandates through the city. We're just kind of observing. Is that correct, Paul?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Peterkin. Yes, our police force has not been actively enforcing mandates within the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the city manager regarding COVID-19? Seeing none, we'll move to discussion item, resuming in-person council meetings. And this was a topic of conversation at our last meeting, so I thought it would be important to carry it over as a discussion item this evening, so I'll open up the floor. Councilmember Peterkin. You're muted, Councilmember Peterkin.
All right, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I having technical difficulties here tonight. However, I'm in favor of meeting in person, and I think now that the governor's most recent mandates going to 100% capacity and opening on everything, we should be able to meet in person. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, I agree also. Now's the time. We're more efficient, more effective, and we have a more fulsome discussion when we're eyeball to eyeball. And I would appreciate the opportunity to meet with my buds once again, and the sooner the better.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you. You know, I've always appreciated meeting in person, and really didn't like it when I had to participate by phone. You know, that being said, I'm not, you know, we have the public to consider. I'd like to, you know, because they can come to the meetings. I'd like to open as soon as possible, but you know, the staff has to be comfortable with that too. And the city manager indicated that he was opening the building on a limited basis, you know, for a period of time. And so I guess my question, if I may, Mayor, would be directed to the city manager regarding, you know, and we also may have, we're going to schedule a work session. I don't know when that's going to be, whether it be before or after. We might need a special meeting. I don't know if when that, you know, on the care stuff, that might be before our first meeting in June. So I guess it would be, you know, when he thinks that management would be able to open the building for the city council to have a meeting in chambers, you know, if that would be the first meeting in June, or what his view of that is. Thank you.
Mr. Ostrander, and I think part of that, to be fair to Mr. Ostrander, would be depending on what the body's comfortable with, you know, as far as how we would conduct our meeting. I know the legislature convened Monday, and they, you know, for the most part wore masks. But I think there's other bodies that are putting up like plexiglass barriers between the members, and are scattering the folks around differently within the council or assembly or whatever the case may be, chambers, to still try to follow through with the suggested guidelines of six feet of separation. So, I mean, there's some of that's going to be depending on what we're comfortable with. So, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Ostrander to get his thoughts on where that might go.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Malloy. You know, I would hope that by the time that the next council meeting rolls around on June 3rd, that we've been able to open City Hall further. One of the things that we're focused on in all of our facilities is making sure, one, that the health and safety of our employees is protected, and also the public that's coming in. And one of the ways that I think we're able to do that safely is by establishing specific protocols for each one of these phases of reopening, as far as what our expectations are as far as folks that are coming into City Hall, whether they're going to wear a mask, or whether or not there needs to be certain considerations taken for each one of these steps. So I think that if council were to determine that they wanted to come in and have the next meeting in June in person, or the following meeting, whatever it might be, I think that establishing protocols as a body is important for consistency with really the governor's guidance when he says, you know, that folks are open, but there are still going to be guidelines for businesses that are voluntary in nature, certainly. But I think the expectation is that businesses that are trying to be responsible have those guidelines, and they're going to try to keep them in place. I think it's important for council, if you make that decision, to discuss or put into place the protocols that you think are necessary to keep both all the council members healthy as well as the public.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and thank you, Paul. I personally, and from what I've learned, am pretty much against masks. I mean, if somebody has it, it definitely protects you from getting it from them. But I think as far as it protecting you yourself from getting it from someone else, it clearly doesn't work. And in fact, there's data out now that masks aren't that healthy for you. But that's not really where I was going. I think that one of the protocols I would recommend, and I don't know that it's appropriate, would be somebody at our front door asking people if they're healthy, if they have been sick lately, if they have a fever currently, or if they're, you know, I know it's an integrity issue, but I want to believe that most people are honest. I want to also believe that somebody that's sick's not going to come to our council meeting, but I know with this disease, there are people that don't even know that they have it, and they could be there. So I understand the fear that our state has been governing by, because it's definitely not the numbers and it's definitely not the science. But I would be in favor of definitely having somebody or some sort of not security in a sense of a guy with a gun and stuff there, but maybe the security of just saying, or maybe even a sign that says, please don't enter if you have had or currently have a flu, fever, COVID, or anything that relates to it. That would make me more comfortable. So maybe it's just a topic for discussion.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So, you know, following up on that one, as I recall, the last meeting that we had in chambers, we did maintain the 6 feet distance, you know, by spreading for the mayor and 3 council members out, and then there was 3 on the phone, and then there was, you know, administration and was set out in what would be the audience, you know, except for the clerk was in her thing. There may be a way to, you know, do the 6 feet thing, and you know, I think some way of addressing that would be appropriate, you know, at least for the next meeting.
So you're suggesting that we do like we did the meeting before we went into full virtual?
Yeah, you know, they also say, you know, the governor's guideline is wear a face covering when in a public setting if you're in close contact with others. The 6 feet separation would be, that may be require, if all of us are going to be there in person, it may require some other arrangements like with desks or what, you know. I don't know. I don't know if there could be a combination in person and YouTube, you know, so that would be another. I think as we get later into the summer, we're going to be able to, you know, do something more close. But I think to begin with, it you know, maybe it would be prudent to go the way we went before we went to Zoom totally.
Very good. Councilmember Glendinning.
Yes, that's my recollection too. I thought that we laid out a protocol wherein we could meet in person, and with the option of those who wanted to could meet virtually. And I believe this is before we acquired the Zoom technology. And since we had the Zoom technology, the remote aspect of this is a little more satisfying. So I would suggest that we just go with the design that we had, and have some scattered around the dais, and And, if, somebody wanted to sit up in their office and watch on Zoom, and then if needed to testify, come on down. And I'm a junior member on the council. I don't mind sitting at the little kids' table. We'll just do what we have to do, but we are more efficient, we're more effective, and we have a better quality of conversation when we are together. And I would just appreciate an accommodation in that way. Thank you.
Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I'm okay. I do want us to get back, but I think there's a lot of things we gotta put in place. Not only for us, I'm not as worried right now that if we miss a meeting or let's say I have a cold and I decide to call in instead of come, even though it's not the virus, it's just a cold. Make sure our code doesn't hold that against me. The other thing is you talk about the public, whether they come to the meeting or they listen in. I don't know what this has cost in the city, but maybe there's a way for even when you're sitting on the dais, you still have these pictures and you have us clear for the public to listen and watch us a little bit clearer than the way they used to. I don't know, now they got used to this and some of them might have wanted to come in but don't want to. But I'm like everybody else, that I truly believe we all want to get back sitting next to each other and conducting city business and being able to relate to each other and actually interact a little more than we currently do on Zoom. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't necessarily want all these plastic things next to us that confronts our space, but if that's what we have to go to, I'm good with it. I honestly believe at some point in the near future, because with the mandates gone, I mean, you still want to do the 6 feet, but I think 7 of us could sit on the dais and the city manager and the attorney, we can find a spot for them, but I don't know what the answer is, but I'm okay if it took us another meeting or two to get to that end result. But I would like Scott to look at our code and Jamie to kind of reassess, because I think it's changed now from the way we used to be. And the clerk having to say, how many meetings did you make and were you gone and did you call in and how many meetings you can call in. If you're sick, I think you ought to be able to call in. I think it's somewhat allowed, but it's some of that code that I'm still concerned about. We suspended all that right now. I understand that, but I don't know if we start meeting, all of us, does that mean it's off, or do we have to take official action and say that part of code goes back into effect? But those are some of the questions I have. But otherwise, the sooner we can make it happen, the better.
Thank you. Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm reading the ordinance right now, and I believe that it goes through the end of the emergency declaration that we are waiving various sections of Kenai Municipal Code regarding council meetings and other public meetings and participation. It was an emergency ordinance 3114 that was adopted on March 18th. And I believe we put the expiration date that it was through the end of the emergency declaration.
That's what I recall too. Thank you, Ms. Hines. Councilmember Petty.
I think it's my understanding that Alaska's going to be 100% open for business this Friday. And I think as council, we should lead the way in being open for business. If you want to do some social distancing, that would be fine. If you feel like you personally want to wear a mask, you can do that too. But that's not a requirement. If the public wants to attend and they feel safe about that, I think because everything else is open for business, we too should be open for business, and they can participate by social distancing. And if they feel comfortable with or without a mask, that's their personal choice. So I think we as a council and city should take leadership in saying that we're open for business.
Thank you. I got a quick question of Jamie. If we had a couple members call in, could they Zoom on the big screen in chambers instead of just the microphone?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm going to test it out on the department head meeting tomorrow. At the last meeting that we did with, I believe we had 4 in the room and 3 on GoToMeeting, and it was a little bit of a difficult situation for those that were on the phone. I'm going to see if it's possible for us to do it with our sound system. Our sound system is what caused the kink last time. So I'm going to try it with the department head meeting tomorrow, and we'll see. To be continued on that one.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything everybody's saying. I think there's good concern, but I do believe, you know, we've followed the governor. I think he's been overly conservative, and I don't know. I guess when you do the math, we have, oh, my phone's talking to me, I apologize. Anyhow, I mean, I believe we're at around 30 or 35 cases, and it's 1 in 20,000 people have it now. We're getting a little bit safer. I mean, I think if the numbers go up, we should be watching this. I mean, if they raise to 1,000, that's I think 1/8 of 1% of our population, then maybe we should take a look at things. But, you know, 1 in 20,000, we're probably pretty safe. But anyway, thank you.
Any other discussion on having our meeting in person? Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, I'm also in favor of moving our meetings back into the chambers, and you know, if anybody on council felt uncomfortable naturally with being there, calling in or Zoom would be a natural thing. But I'm certainly not fearful of it. I think that there's risks in everything we do. Driving to council, I had to come down the steps to come here, and but I think that for us the risk is fairly low. I do appreciate, you know, when I walk into council chambers, perhaps having some hand sanitizer. I'd use that when I get there, and I think I should use it when I leave. Those kind of things. Whether we have partitions between our each council person, I don't know. That would be fine. It's rather difficult to speak if you have a mask over your face. And all that, and I'm not sure I feel comfortable with that, but that's for the council. The other part of the equation is the audience or the public when they want to come in, and they should be able to, and you know, still we have on the seats in there, you know, don't sit here in the 6-foot spacing. I think that is good. If other people come in, perhaps a spacing as you come into the building, for that matter. I don't know that we have a heat gun, if you will, you know, to check temperature and all of that, but that's almost really after the fact. I'm not sure how effective that truly is, considering, you know, the 10-day, 14-day incubation period and all of that. But Perhaps what Mr. Peterkin suggested was a sign out there up front that, for people to, kind of self determine whether they really need to be there. And it goes for us too. So I just am not fearful coming in and sitting next to Bob or Jim or anybody else there. And, every couple of meetings, and no more fearful than normal. How's that? But so I'm ready to come back and if the body wants to have some additional controls, I'm good with that too.
Well, I guess where I could go, Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So I understand Councilmember Petty's point, but looking at the Alaska Plan Forward, which is the summary of what the governor put out, on the second page, he has underlined and says that, and this is a recommendation, it's a responsibility of individuals, businesses, and organizations to minimize the spread of COVID-19. We encourage all to follow local, state, national, and industry guidelines on ways to conduct business and activities safely. So it's not really for me an issue of fear as opposed to, we're open for business, but setting an example of what are in transition phases, maybe protocols for safety for, staff and employees and public who may want to attend. So that's why I think that Robert's idea was a good idea. And, that's why I think that still maybe we should set an example of some other kind of safety protocols for us that are going to be temporary. Thank you.
What does the body think about, starting back where we left off before we went to full virtual? And Janie, how many, I can't recall how many council members we had call in, but we're able to spread out on the dais and maintain. I think we had three calls.
I believe we had 4 at the dais, and then we had 3 calling in.
3 calling in. I mean, is the body comfortable just starting out that way with having 3 call in, and we can keep our separation? We don't have to pull people off the dais and move them around. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I think if we've been as a city following the governor's guidelines, which I've kind of personally felt like we're over conservative in just a few of them. I think a lot of them were, especially in the beginning, I think all of them were very warranted. I think they are the reason we were so low. But I believe that if the governor's saying, Walmart, you can have however many people is allowed in your store can come in, a restaurant can, however many people can fit in here can come in, everything. I think that if we've been following that protocol, I believe that we're probably okay. But I'm okay with the caution as well. But I also think that as council members, not just the public with the sign on the door, but I think, and I don't know how we would formalize this, but I think we have to say, be honest. Like Timmy said, if one of us come down with the flu, whether we think it's COVID or not, I think we got to say, hey guys, we should have a protocol in place, put something in writing that says
It's there.
we have a fever, if we're sick, if we have a cough, if we feel that there's a potential of us even being at all infected, then we should stay away from the council meetings and say, hey, last week, guys, I had a cough. I ain't sure what it is. And I'm going to Zoom in this week. I think we should formalize that protocol. I also believe the signs on the door. And I think we should do up a paper that someone signs. It's pretty serious that if you want to come to our meeting, you agree that you haven't had these symptoms or whatever. I mean, there's some integrity here, but I think we gotta be responsible, and even us, we need to say it. Like if we're like, oh, I've had this cough for 3 months and nothing. I think it's important. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Councilmember Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I think what I understand, from what the governor says and all this, the social distancing is the key ingredient here. And also, as Jamie, our clerk, pointed out, is that our emergency orders allow us to have virtual meetings or virtual participants through the duration of the emergency. And so any of us that feel so moved and we are responsible people, at least the electorate thought we were, we just show up on a Zoom and or telephonically, and we just make it work. These people that are going to come to our meeting, they go to Walmart all the time. The movie theater is going to be opened up, restaurants, all of this, and I think the governor commented the people of Alaska on their common sense, and I think we should extend the same respect to our citizens. I personally don't think folks will show up so much right away because they still think City Hall is locked down. But for us to start and have our meeting, I think would be a very good start. And actually, if we have a work session the last couple of days of May, there's no reason why we couldn't do that and have the distancing and the safety protocol. We're talking about June the 2nd and what May the 25th, 26th is not that far away, and we could actually use the work session as a trial session, as a maiden voyage, if you would. So I think we can give ourselves credit. We give the public credit that we can do this safely and effectively. And sorry for my length, but thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you. And like I said, I want to do it as quick as we can, but I'd be willing to be one of the three that call in. One of the things I'd like to have us check, we could use it as a tool to see how, if we can still have the three be on Zoom and people visually see them and how that all works. Because I think even going forward, when people have to call in for a meeting, forget about getting back to doing business, we will have tried that. And if we need to upgrade our sound system or figure out something, that will all be beneficial to us as a body and to the public going forward. So as we know, we can't stay 6 feet apart. If you've seen the assembly chambers or the council chambers, I saw them the other day. There's the chairs have do not sit, do not sit. There's like in every row going, Mayor Gabriel, you're in the chambers. You can say, you could sit 6 or 8 people in all those chairs that we have out there. That's technically how many can be sitting there. And, there's people that come in as a couple or whatever and want to sit together and they're in the same household. It's tough to adjust for that. You don't know if everybody is in the same household. Now, I agree, you can let people trust themselves, but somebody else that came to the council meeting and wanted to be at the council meeting, but also wanted to maintain their distance, they should expect that we would protect them if they wanted to physically come in and see it, but they want to have the 6 feet. So anyway, I'm willing to be one of the three and still participate by Zoom and see how it works on the screen. And at the same time, that gives us as a body and the administration and the public time to just kind of move back into it. Because I can tell you, even though the governor has lifted all the mandates, that doesn't mean businesses are going to open up tomorrow like it was before. They're going to put safeguards in place. They're going to keep social distancing. They're not going to pretend like it wasn't like it was before. They're going to try to, or the public that comes into some of those places, I think I read one on the internet where it'll be your liability if you come in. I think Disneyland or something said that they were gonna get open back up, but they made it clear they can only do so much to protect you. The rest is up to you. And, you know, don't grab us for liability. So, yeah, I think we should have signs at city council, but I think initially, to be fair to everybody, to all citizens, and what their wishes might be, I think we should move back into it and do it in a kind of a planned method instead of, oh, it's over, we're back in. So I'll be one of the three if that helps people. Thanks.
I guess my question would be go to Jamie and say, could you accommodate on our June 3rd meeting, kind of where we left off before we went virtual, where we had 3 members call in, keep the spacing on the gallery chairs for the public, and have, you know, sort of phase back in, but starting where we, just before we went into. Is that something you could accomplish, Jamie?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. At this moment, I am not sure. Yes, but I can't be sure that it's not going to be a little bit technologically miserable for those that are on the phone, given the sound system. Because I haven't, there's one way that I thought of today that might alleviate some of the feedback that those on the Zoom call get when people are in the room speaking, or when they're speaking, hearing themselves speak. I'm going to try it tomorrow, like I mentioned, for the department head meeting, and see if this method that I thought of today would work. But at this moment, I'm not. Yes, it can be done. It might be a little bit difficult for those on Zoom to, they'll be hearing themselves, they could potentially be hearing themselves, and we could have to work really hard to keep every microphone in chambers muted.
Right, but just at the very least, we could go back to where we did before, where we just did the microphones, right? Not do Zoom. Like we would normally do on if 3 members were to call in telephonically.
I am going to keep some sort of teleconferencing option open for members of the public who do not feel safe coming to the space.
I guess I was just referring to the members. So like if 3 folks were calling in for the meeting, 3 of our members, and the Zoom wasn't working out, they'd still be able to.
Yes.
Still old way, right? Okay.
Call in on the phone. Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Peterkin, do you have a new point to make?
Yeah, well, I think it's a new point. I think when you asked earlier, the city manager, if we were doing anything more than what the governor is doing, then this would be doing that. And I'm not in favor of it, but I just had an idea that maybe if we did decide to do 3 people, which I'm not in favor of, if we were all on Zoom, even if we were at the meeting, then it would be just like this, even though we were at the meeting. So that was just an idea for Jamie to maybe pull it off.
So we would do Zoom at, okay, I see what you're saying, Councilmember Peterkin. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, 2 things is one, for technology and having a big screen, we just move into Paul's conference room. He has the cool setup. He has the big screen and runs it with a mouse. We could have that be the beta test. But I'm thinking that you know, we can. There's a lot of ways to do this, but to mandate that 3 have to stay off the board, not so much. You know, Tim probably wants to do it. Maybe 1 or 2 others want to do it. But let's just step into it and not to put too fine a point on it. And I think I have faith that we can be practical and work this on through. And again, my suggestion,
Oh, go ahead.
and again, my suggestion is that for a trial, one of our work sessions before the June meeting, we could show up and have adequate room to spread out and on the main floor and try all this out, and we'll have a plan. Thank you.
And that's, I guess, where I was going with that. If we can spread everybody throughout the dais, throughout the room, have our number of people on the dais, we're still gonna have to spread people out throughout the room, which means their back's gonna be to the camera, their back's gonna be to the other members of the body. So mechanically, to make it work, it's gonna be a little awkward,
Yeah,
in my opinion, a little bit awkward. And also, they need to be separated to some degree from the public that wants to speak. So that was just my point about moving back in from where we were before. But I'm open to anything. I just want to make sure that we are following at least the suggested guidelines of separation. Is there anybody that disagrees with that we should at least accomplish 6-foot separation where we can? I don't see anybody objecting to that. So I think that's our goal, right? Everybody meeting
It was before, yeah.
with 6 foot of separation. So as long as we, Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just wanted to throw it out there. When I look at the dais, I think we can get 5 council members up on the dais with 6 feet of separation, as long as city attorney and I are not up there. So that takes care of 5, which leaves you with 2 that you would have to somehow separate on the floor, or participate remotely, one of the 2. So I do think you can get 5 up on the dais, which does help a little bit, I think. Then just in regards to signage, we have signage up right now. Jamie's put signage up on the council chambers and on the outside doors. And we have plenty of hand sanitizer that we can provide for both the public and for the council. So just so you know that as well.
Okay. So if we get 5 people on there, we could probably move one over close to where the public normally speaks, move the public speaking to the middle of the chamber maybe, or something along those lines. I guess, are we all in agreement that that's what we'd like to do our next meeting in June?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I don't know if I'm not, I'm fine with that. I just, maybe we should make that our goal here, Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Just some other suggestions too.
We lost you, Tim. Does anybody else see Tim on the board?
He's dropped out a couple of times. He'll be back.
Yeah, okay, there he is. You must have here you are, Tim. You dropped off the board there. You're muted, Tim.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it's happened about 5 times for me. And there's nothing on in here. No computers or anything. I don't know if anybody else is having the same problem, but I fell off about 5 times today. I don't know if my internet or whatever, but anyway, what I was saying is, if it needs to, I was just letting the clerk or Paul know, if I had to be sitting in the clerk's conference room on Zoom, I'd still be there physically, in the room, but I'd be willing to do that and be that person in there and not on the dais, if that helps, is all I'm saying.
Okay, and Jamie's gonna apparently try that out. So see if something like that would work. But if not, I think we can just, move everybody around. And we'll work towards having our next meeting together. And I'm fine with that. I'm frustrated because I would rather meet in person.
Yeah.
I even hate calling in when I'm gone somewhere on vacation. It's just very discouraging or you're not as effective. So I'm okay with that. If everybody else is, but I just still think we need to still practice the 6-foot separation. And if somebody wants to wear a mask, then they can wear a mask, make it not a mandatory, but a voluntary thing for the members. Does that sound okay with everybody, or?
Yeah.
Thumbs up? Okay, Paul, are we good with that? Jamie? Okay. On to the next.
Just one, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember.
Yeah, is there any chance we could have a trial run at one of our work sessions where it would be on the main deck and all scattered out?
I'll throw it out to the body here. What is the body?
We're just talking like a week in advance of our regular meeting. And if it's what the meeting is, what I think it's going to be, it'd be critical that we have absolute clarity in our discussion.
For the work session for the vote by mail?
Vote by mail, yes.
Okay. Let's just give it a thumbs up if you want to make it the kickoff at the work session. Thumbs up there. Or thumbs up for the next regular meeting. It's like our work session.
Work session.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Good with that. Which brings us to our next item on the agenda, discussion, set a work session to review elections processes and ordinances number 3127-2020, suggested by the city clerk here. You guys want to pull your calendars out here and so we got Memorial Day is Monday. I think everybody knows that. How about the 28th?
28's fine with me.
Uh,
Okay, Jamie's got her finger up.
I can't do the 28th because I have a multi-hour meeting that starts at 4:30. I could do Friday the 29th though,
Sure.
anytime.
29th work for everybody?
Sure.
29th, what's a good time? 5 p.m.? Jamie, what's your time, do you think, to get through the material in the work session?
I think about 2 hours.
Okay. So does 5 p.m. on Friday the 29th work for everybody?
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of thumbs up. Just remember, it's going to be at 5 instead of 6, so it'll be a little bit earlier than our normal meeting time. So, okay. And I think, Jamie, you've sent out most of the material, haven't you already? Regarding what would, or have you?
It's been
making-
in random pieces, so I'll put it together as a packet.
Okay, very good. That gives everybody, that should give everybody enough time to digest what's, what Jamie's gonna be presenting on, but I'd also recommend that you look at the borough ordinance that they're gonna be deliberating on. And there's quite a bit of stuff in there. But a lot of it is relative to the material that Jamie's going to be putting out. Any other discussion on the vote by mail work session? Okay, seeing none, we're on item G12. Action approval system designs West contract amendment requested by administration. Pleasure of council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to approve the Systems Design West contract amendment.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this action item? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Naxton.
Just a quick question. Let's see. Pardon me. I sort of forgot it was there. Yeah,
No problem.
haven't read it. Is this a charge that will happen for every transport or just ones that may be COVID? I think that was for Mr. Bloom.
Thank you. Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Navarre, it'll happen for every transport. It's sort of to offset their startup costs in getting set up to track and bill the COVID cases. It's a one-time cost for the 3 months.
Thank you. And I'm Councilmember Naxted. I don't have the noisy kids in the background.
Any other discussion on action approval system design?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you, Councilmember Naxton. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, this action is approved. Next, we go to committee commission reports. Council on Aging.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The Council on Aging met on May the 14th, and they were reiterating that they were busy applying for COVID grants, which we saw manifested itself in tonight's packet. They talked about 3,000 home delivered meals in April. And they also included shelf-stable foods. And as a boast to people who couldn't get out, it was the foods. And also they brought some library books that could be used by those folks. And it was most welcome. I get out in Kasilof once in a while and through town. And my cohort of friends are in that age group, and they were so appreciative of the human contact, the nourishing food, and the opportunity just to change it up a little bit. The Vintage Point had a survey. It was basically cut short because of the COVID, but it was required by the grant for the state of Alaska. But they had compliments. Just a couple things. The compliments for the staff was very, very, very high. They encouraged support from the city, borough, and state and feds for continuing the services in the face of this extraordinary health event that we do have. Just a little bit of some of their projects. They have a greenhouse project that's going. It's still in the queue. It doesn't meet the $35,000 threshold for a capital improvement, but just the way the situation is now with summer coming on too rapidly and the ability to get out and move, and because of the COVID, they decided that they would just put it on to next year. So it is still in the queue. The opening, of course, is to be announced, and they thought, well, because of the age group there, it would be in phases, and we covered that in our discussion. But the Council on Aging advised, please be slow and cautious in the opening, and I know we will, and they know we will, and that's what's important. they have the utmost confidence in us. And we are there to support our seniors and our pioneers. And we will be very, very tender and successful in managing that facility. And next meeting is June 11th. And that ends my comments. Thank you.
Sorry. Airport Commission.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The Airport Commission met the 14th, I think it was. And they had a lot of issues on their agenda, primarily just getting them back up and running. They had questions dealing with who's going to take over in Raven's case, and they asked Mary and that. I don't know. Since we've been on the phone, and I don't know if the city manager, when he gets his chance, there's an update that I guess Raven gets to participate in some of the CARES funding or in the payroll protection plan, and there's some funding issue involved with that, that they'll be able to actually sell the whole company, the three companies as a whole, and everybody goes back to work. Essentially, they continue to operate. It might be under a different ownership, but they would continue and go back. So that's good news. I don't know when the city manager comes on if he knows more or something, but that just came to me in an email since we've been on in the meeting. The other thing that the Airport Commission did a vote on unanimously was to request the council or the administration accept fleet cards, I guess you'd call them, or those wax cards at the pump on the float plane basin. And it's my understanding, because I did get an email from the airport manager, that the city manager directed her to move in that direction based on the Airport Commission. So it's something that I don't think will come to us as an action item. I think the administration dealt with that. And again, if Paul wants to say anything, he can, but that's positive, and it's something that they've discussed over a number of months, and in some cases a number of years. And so we had some numbers, and it can amount to some loss of revenue, but no loss overall for that operation on that pump. And with that, I'll take any questions, and I think their next meeting also is June 14th. And maybe Henry, are you available on the 14th? Can you cover that meeting for me? I'm going to be, if everything goes right, I'm going to be in South Dakota.
Yeah, I'll cover it
And
for
that
you.
completes
It's June
my
11th.
report. Thanks.
Yeah, I could do that too, probably.
June 11th? All right, June 11th, yes, sorry.
Thank you. The screen keeps jumping around here. It's kind of wigging out. Harbor Commission, Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. We met on May 11th and had a good meeting. Harbor Commission, we talked about the contract, the use of cranes, which we discussed tonight, and the boating facility. We did the change of use agreement. Basically, North Pacific Seafoods and E&E Seafoods, essentially Packstar bought out Inlet Salmon, which you mentioned earlier. And so we had to change the lease, and we were okay and recommended it to council, which I believe we approved that tonight. Also, we talked about the capital improvement plan there was some discussion about the leftover DipNet money, and I just recommended them to come up with ideas that they have and recommend them to us. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Peterkin. Parks and Rec Commission,
That would be me, Mayor Gabriel. And the Parks and Rec Commission met on May 7th. And this was the first commission Zoom meeting. And I have to commend the deputy clerk, and the clerk, because it went really well. It was really smooth. 3 of the commissioners had their own backgrounds, like you did, Mayor Gabriel, for our last meeting. So they kind of enjoyed that. The main item on their agenda was the capital improvement plan. Their main focus was on supporting the project for the campground in the city. As they've seen, that's really crucial to the city, is having a campground, and they did vote to support the plan that we adopted tonight. And their next meeting would be June 4th, and I'm not sure if it'll be Zoom, if they'll still have the commission meetings be by Zoom for a while. Thank you.
thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy. And that was one of the things that was running through my mind as we started going into these commission committee reports and we start phasing in. I guess that's something we can leave up to administration to handle if everybody's comfortable with that. Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm planning on sending an email out to each commission and having them vote on it and then have them ratify their decisions at their next meeting so that they can each do what they're comfortable with.
Okay, thank you. So you're ahead of me on that one for sure. Planning and Zoning Commission. Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Just a question, Mayor, for the clerk, if I may. So
Yes.
would the next meeting then, could I expect that to be a Zoom meeting, or would they vote ahead of the meeting, or do they have to vote at the meeting? I'm not sure how it would work. Thank you.
Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy. I will be sending out the email tomorrow. And so it's gonna be a vote by email. And I will let you know how they choose to vote, how they choose to meet. And then they'll be ratifying that decision at their first meeting, at their next meeting.
Thank you.
Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you. That'll be interesting for planning and zoning. They'd be the first ones, I believe, wouldn't they, since their meeting is next week, to possibly have a regular meeting of all of us. So planning and zoning met on May 13th, had a number of items that they did discuss. They discussed a resolution, PZ 2020-07, for a preliminary plat off Beaver Loop. It's located kind of on the west end, across from the city park there. It's a creation of about five or six lots right along Beaver Loop that would be accessing off of Beaver Loop, but in the future, and that was approved. They're all about 1.4 acre lots. Then they discussed resolution PZ 2020-04, which is a rezone of a 10.6 acre parcel located just north of K Beach Road, kind of right up next to VIP Drive. There's a vacant parcel there, and it's currently zoned rural residential. They voted for the rezone to limited commercial per the owner's request. And that will be coming to council for final ratification. I sort of anticipated, usually with the rezone, that there might be more public comments. I believe there might have been one letter. There was one member of the public that did call in via Zoom and had some general concerns about traffic and this and that. And that was discussed as perhaps a later concern, depending on what development might be. And that person seemed to be satisfied from what I could tell. But we'll have another bite at that on council. Then the last two items are related. One was resolution PZ 2020-11. It's an application for a conditional use permit for a sixplex for senior housing. This is the Kenai Peninsula Housing Initiatives that have already constructed some housing on Redoubt Avenue, and that conditional use permit was approved. And then associated with that was resolution PZ 2020-12, which required a variance because the amount of square footage of the buildings on top of the lot that the city had created for them exceeded by a few hundred square feet, something like that. So the variance, after some discussion, was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And they have their next meeting on May 27th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Next, Beautification Committee.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The Beautification Committee met via Zoom on May the 12th, and the major topic was the planting that was going to be happening all over the city through volunteers. Typically, that is held on a single day, and then following the planting, there's an appreciation barbecue. But due to the COVID event, there is going to be multiple day opportunity so as to provide social distancing. And so that will be the dates between May the 26th through May the 31st. So any of those days during that week, members of the community can reach out to Bob Frady's and volunteer, and there's a number of different locations with which that they can plant. Also, there was this new brochure that has been created talking about parks, recreation, and beautification, and it also gives a flower guide in this, which is very, very informative. Which will be, I believe, out at the library and some other locations, probably at the visitor center. And then also it gives opportunity here for community members, if they want to volunteer to adopt a park, adopt a garden, adopt a trail, adopt a bench, tree and shrub maintenance, and assist in the flowering, planting the flower beds and maintenance of that. And so anyway, it's a great way to involve the community and also enhance the beauty and livability of our lovely city here. And anyway, that's going to be happening this next week. And so all the new flowers are going to be coming in for our enjoyment, for ourselves and for our friends and guests that will be arriving in our city this summer. And our next meeting will be in September. So that ends my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Petty. Mini Grant Steering Committee, there is no report. Under report of the mayor, I just wanted to, first of all, congratulate the United Central High School class of 2020, which who are having their somewhat unusual and unorthodox graduation this evening due to the COVID-19, but it sounds like they put something together pretty good for the kids. They were going to start over at Sears Elementary and had a parade route to Kenai Middle School, which for a lot of them was their progression to high school, and then obviously from there over to the high school where they would receive their diplomas. I think at the same time they've got a scrolling on the message boards over there, by the highway. They've got the senior pictures coming up on the scrolling through there. So as folks drive by, they can see the graduates for this year. So as well as they could expect, I think, under the circumstances. Also like to congratulate the 2020 graduates of the Kenai Alternative School also, and wish them luck in their future beyond high school. As I mentioned, I will be attending a Zoom meeting that the governor's office put out regarding fisheries in Cook Inlet, and I'm looking forward to hearing sort of what their protocols are and moving forward. I know the drifters had submitted a plan for how their members wanted to operate, and I think in Kenai Peninsula Fishermen Association did for the Sednetter group to put sort of protocols in place for them to conduct their fisheries. So looking forward to that conversation. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is, you know, I know there's a lot going on and there's a lot of anxiety right now, but I just hope we all remember Monday is Memorial Day, and take a moment to reflect on you know, why we have the freedoms that we do, that the people have, you know, paid the ultimate sacrifice. And that's what that day is for, is to remember the folks that have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty for our country. And I always say this, it always rings true to me every time I do say it, is that freedom is not free. It was not free. Many people gave their lives for us to enjoy the freedoms that we have. So very important to me for everybody to, you know, take a moment. This year, things aren't going to be as normal as they've been for many, many years. I've talked to Greg Fight over at the American Legion, and they are going to do the Avenue of Flags at the cemetery at 10:30 a.m. on Monday, but they will not be doing the Leif Hansen ceremony part of it. So I think we can all, if you think about it and are able to make it, would suggest or hope that you could attend at least the Avenue of Flags. Again, that's at 10:30 at the Kenai Cemetery. And with that, I'll move it to administration reports and turn it over to Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'll start my report with an update on the terminal building. Few remaining things there. The seating for the terminal building, including all the stools, the garbage receptacles, the conference room tables, all that. We're in the final design process there, actually picking out the manufacturer that we're going to be going with there, and that should be getting ordered here relatively soon. The lead time on that is quite a while though, so it's going to be a while till we have the new seating in the terminal building. The other part of that council's aware of is the boilers. We've got the final design on the boilers. We've got a quote on the boilers. Scott Curtin is currently working on whether or not we can do that within the project and under the current grant or not. And I'm sure I'll have an update for council as we progress through that. In regards to what Council Member Navarre talked about with Raven, I think he might know a little bit more than I do. Actually, I do know that there is an entity that's interested in purchasing Raven, and I also know that they're very interested in the Anchorage to Kenai route because it is a profitable route. So that's very positive. And based on what you said, Councilmember Navarre, maybe that's closer to reality than I knew. As far as the dipnet fishery, personal use fishery planning, I was on a call this week with Commissioner Vincent Lang, also with DPS and Department of Homeland, or DHSS. One of the things out of that meeting that was interesting is DPS is saying that at this point, it's possible that they might actually reduce or relax enforcement on that fishery, which I think is unfortunate. I don't think it's a time to relax enforcement there, but that was the comment that they made. I'm sure there'll be more to come on that. One thing that came out of it was one we're looking for is trying to have this fishery safely, is wash stations down at the beach. Right now, there is no running water, there are no wash stations down there. It's something that has been a focus to try to get some of those in place. And there's a limited number of those in the state that are available. The state is actually working on a design for wash stations, and either they will be producing the wash stations and we can potentially order them through the EOC, or frankly, the alternative that I like better is to get the design and enter an RFP to have a local company construct these wash stations using CARES Act dollars, and then we get those wash stations down on the beach, and they could be used every year. I think they'd be a nice addition to the fishery. So we'll continue to work on that. Cook Inlet fishing industry. I had a meeting this week that Robert Ruffner mentioned on the phone with Coleman Cutchins, who was the one that really allowed that whole process to happen, where I think that PacStar now has the testing materials that they need. I have to say that Coleman Cutchins from the state was really impressive in what he was able to accomplish in a very short period of time. So I appreciated his help. Want to let council know that KPED has a role in the $290 million of CARES Act dollars that is being issued in grants for businesses statewide. So they're going to be looking to roll that out actually on the 26th of this May, where applications will be accepted for small businesses for those grants. KPED also put in a good word for the city of Kenai. They had an opportunity with the EDA to nominate a couple of projects that they thought made sense. So they actually put in a good word and nominated the city of Kenai for $5 million of match money for our bluff erosion project. So a shout out to Tim Dillon and his group out there for keeping the city of Kenai in the forefront of their thoughts and putting in a good word for us. I wanted to talk about the 4th of July. We've been in conversations with the chamber over the last week or so, trying to determine what makes sense as far as the 4th of July festivities. I will be seeking guidance from DHSS from the state as suggested by the governor for these large events like the state fair or other large events in the state, and how best they can be conducted safely, or if they should be conducted at all. Want to make sure the chamber knew that Eagle Cam is up and running again, and we had more viewers 2 days ago than we've ever had on the Eagle Cam. We had Divining Point put a little bit of effort into marketing that and getting the word out, including a press release. We had at one point over 110 viewers, which is over double what we've ever had. And this is when all the eagles are doing is just sitting on the eggs. So as those eggs hatch and the eaglets come out, I think we'll probably have a record year as far as the number of viewers on the Eagle Cam. Councilmember Navarre talked about the fleet cards at the airport. We have initiated the process to get the fleet cards in place so that those can be utilized for folks at the fueling station at the airport. So that, I'm not sure what the timeline is on that, but the airport has initiated that process, I believe yesterday or the day before, to get those rolling. I wanted to point out a couple things in my city manager's report just to make sure the council's aware of them. The first grant writer update is in there along with the other mid-month reports. So Mary Toll, our grant writer, has a report in there where you can where she lets you know exactly what her progress has been on the different grants that she's been pursuing. And then the second part is the efficiencies report. This is the second annual efficiencies report that we've published, and this year was far more significant than last year. I'll just point out a couple things. The most impactful reported change we have here is by Public Works Department. The aeration blowers that they installed last year will save $106,000 annually. But if you look at all of the efficiencies in the report that have come forward with folks all across the city, department heads, their employees, the credit goes to really the entire staff at the city. We've achieved almost $264,000 of annual savings through these efficiencies. In addition to that, $40,000 savings just this year, and 720 hours saved annually through this one efficiency report. So in the times that we're in right now, I think it's really important that we continue to look at these. I think this is a good example of how we can do things better than we have before, or at least as well as we have before, at a much lower cost than what we had in the past. And the last thing I have is the bluff erosion project. No update on this. We're still working on the Section 221 and the PED, hoping for approval on both of those in late June. And that's all I've got, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Peterkin. You're muted, Robert.
Thank you. I just can't get that right tonight. Sorry, guys. I have two, and thank you very much, Mayor Gabriel. One is maybe an update on the bike path, and number two, how are we doing on our sales tax?
Mr. Oshner.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and thank you, Councilmember Peterkin. And actually, the sales tax was part of my report that I forgot to get to, so I appreciate you asking the question. We did get results on first quarter sales tax. So that's January through March of 2020. And our sales tax is actually up 11% year over year, which was quite surprising. Terry's estimates were that we were going to see a reduction in sales tax during that quarter, but we saw an 11% increase. The next quarter, almost certainly we're going to see a reduction from year over year, but it was up 11%, and surprisingly, it wasn't just in some of the areas that you think, which is retail, such as some of our larger grocery stores here in town that clearly had a lot of activity in March, but it was in a lot of different categories that you wouldn't expect. So great news. The real test is going to be what we see in the next quarter, but for first quarter, it was very good news. And as far as the bike path goes, I did send an email out to the state the day after our last meeting asking the question about in-kind services for a match. And as I was preparing for tonight's meeting, I realized I hadn't heard back yet. So I sent another email just prior to the meeting to the state again, asking them if they'd received the email. So I don't have an update on the bike path for tonight.
Thank you. Any other questions of the city manager? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yes, I noted with interest the efficiencies report, and that was most welcome news. It's good to see the hands engaged in their work and their process, and finding a way to practically, in a practical way rather, reduce their costs without compromising the maintenance. That's so important. And then having the grant writer on board, I think is going to pay benefits in so many ways. There's still grants to be had, and I have some suggestions, but that'll be forthcoming, in the next month or so. And again, thank you for this fine report, and that ends my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions of the city manager? Councilmember Naxton.
I just, something that wasn't exactly in there, I just wanted to thank the city manager for his hiring of Larry Pursley. And because he's going to be quite the asset for the city, and I'm glad you were able to get a hold of him before anybody else did. Good job.
Agreed. Any other questions of the city manager? Seeing none, we'll move to the city attorney, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. I don't have any comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the city attorney? Seeing none, we'll move to city clerk, Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Members of council, I've just been focused really hard on putting the final touches and polishes on the elections ordinance. And I also wanted to let you know that the forms portal that you approved the budget transfer for at the last meeting is currently being installed. So hopefully we'll have applications prepared and taking them through that portal before the end of the fiscal year. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions of the city clerk? Seeing none, we'll move to additional public comments. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council at this time? Not seeing anybody, hearing anybody. So with that, we'll move to council comments. And we'll just go around the horn here. I'll start with Councilmember Peterkin, since he's on first base on my screen.
Thanks, Mayor Gabriel. I wanted to echo what you said about the graduation tonight. I was sad to miss it, but glad to be here at council. My daughters just rolled in and mentioned it was a 5-hour ceremony, so it took some time tonight. They had a lot of friends graduate, and I have a daughter that's a junior, and she has a lot of friends that are senior, and just a joyous night. And I think our meeting was well. I think we had great discussion, and just appreciate everyone's input. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Peterkin. Councilmember Petty.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all the work that was done and the approval of the budget for the next year. Also, I appreciate all the work that went into the upcoming CARES Act and how that's going to be implemented. And also, I appreciate all the work that Ms. Hines has done on the process of the hybrid election. And I really appreciate that. I just need greater understanding and look forward to obtaining that so that I can better articulate to my fellow community members so that they will have a greater faith and understand, like myself, which I don't have full understanding yet, of the integrity of the possibility of a new opportunity for voting and maintaining that integrity so that we can protect our freedoms, which are so valuable for us. And appreciate everyone's comments and participation in keeping our community safe, and look forward to the adventures as they come to our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Nexted.
Thank you. I'd like to echo that in the thanking Terry for the all his work in the budget. We really had very few suggested changes, hardly any at all, really, which is kind of amazing, but it was so well laid out. And also the whole process we went through, and I thank Mr. Ostrand also for organizing that for our long meeting, which was always worthwhile, having all the department heads explaining what they do and where their money goes. So I think that helps council out immensely. A couple of things I wanted to bring, just mention in general. Beaver Loop is in the process of being paved. You probably saw some flashing lights out there and all that. They've paved one lane, and I'm not sure if there are plants down or what's going on, but it seems like they paused for a day or two. But presumably they'll get the other lane paved, and hopefully we'll get that near completion here soon. Was talking to a contractor I know, and that has the contract for the earthwork for the Kenites. You might recall the vacant lot that's been cleared, that's kind of across from the National Guard Armory. The Kenites Indian tribe has that property, and they have a development. They're going to be starting here in the next few days, as a matter of fact. Mr. Glendenning and I were at their groundbreaking, which was about exactly a year ago, and but they had some redesign to do, and I think it's going to be quite a nice dorm development that they have planned for over there. And I haven't seen the final plans for that, but that'll be a good shot in the arm for the city. And I too will be participating, and now that I've experienced with Zoom graduation on Friday for my daughter, my eldest daughter. She's graduating through the WWAMI program and is going to be an MD. So Friday at 3 o'clock, I guess I'll be home watching her from here. It's kind of a bummer because, but that's just the way it goes, and it's the reality. So it's, it's not just the high schools and whatnot. It's all the way up to the top of, the education. But anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Naxted. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. First, Councilmember Naxted, I have to congratulate you on your daughter's graduation. And my one of my sisters had my nephew graduate from medical school and take the Hippocratic Oath, and she had to watch it via Zoom, but that was really cool. It's a pretty powerful thing. So congratulations on that. I also want to add on to the appreciation of, all of you have expressed, especially for our employees that are a major part of our incident management team and that have been really working, and must be a lot of extra hours to put all this stuff together for us, especially, really good budget that we have for next year under the circumstances like Councilmember Naxted pointed out, and also what's going to be coming forward to us soon, that's on their front burner with Mr. Pursley's help for the policy and program for getting money out to the community, which is really important, as we all know. And I've mentioned it to other businesses that have been impacted. They're looking forward to it greatly. Like, we know that we've heard, several times from Louis, for example, but I also know Paradiso's has been, and in Charlotte's, just for a few restaurants. I mean, all of them bars and restaurants have been, as well as we pointed out, other industries. So, I appreciate very much that that's moving forward so quickly, because it's really important for us to get that out into the community. Aside from that, I'm looking forward to our work session Friday the 29th, when we're going to try our modified reopening, and looking forward to seeing you all there and making that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy. Councilmember Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I was just sitting here thinking of my fellow councilors' comments, and I just called a statement I made here just recently that the primary function of government is to provide stability, and I see that reassurance not only in the COVID meeting that we've had, but also reflected in this budget with the care and concern that it has for efficiently delivering the services that our citizens have asked for, and we are willing to provide. I just was at a census meeting here last week, and just a couple items. It was noted that the response rate for the census forms in the U.S. so far was about 59%. In Alaska, it was 39.8. Generally in the borough, it was 29.7. Soldotna blew the doors off with 49, and we were right behind with 46. And Seldovia brought up the bottom with 10%. But the ideas was thinking, well, how can we get the word out? Initially we were going to rely on the job center and the library so much, but evidently these are opening up soon, and just getting information out through the senior centers, through Boys and Girls Club, being able to respond online in the computer, as was mentioned in the report. This is one of the first things that the library is going to reinstate is computer access. And it's getting more and more important, and especially to a large segment of our population that do not have access to IT. Another thing they suggested, if we needed to prompt folks to remind them to respond to the census, was just spitballing, put a census mailer in the utility bill maybe, and of course contact again. Food pantries, and then work through things like Salvation Army, of course, job service, and the city is doing a wonderful job in promoting it. Everybody has agreed that all the first-class home rule cities are doing a wonderful job promoting this the census is so important because it provides an identifier and an indicator of not only amount of cash flow from the federal government for their obligations to us, but also the amount that comes to each community. And then finally, I witnessed the flyover at 225 the other day, and it was inspiring just to see those jets come through, and it was a reminder that we are free people. Freedom is not free, but we are exhibiting those qualities and ideals of a free people. That ends my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you. I too just want to thank the graduation seniors and those and their families for, you know, a trying time, but a job well done. And I look forward to them being a huge part of our communities going forward. I too want to thank Terry and the administration. You know, if you look at our budget over the last 3-4 years, it's just amazing. I mean, this year, we got the vehicle replacement fund started. Terry's been dealing with the health care and saving us money and being kind of thinking outside the box and making things work for our city that way. So it's amazing how much, like a lot of people say, and I do it, that we have, without a doubt, one of the best, if not the best, finance director in the state of Alaska working for us right here in the city of Kenai. And like I said, I even being restrained, we wanted to do a capital campaign project, you know, to fix major maintenance issues. But he's got that plan put together along with Paul and the team to really make things happen. Unfortunately, we're not able to move on it this year, but the citizens of the city of Kenai should be proud of how our budget is put together, and it makes it easy on us council people when we have to vote for it. We all have our disagreement. We all have our pet projects, but we also stay focused on keeping taxes low and doing the best job we can with the funds that we do have available. And last, I just want to, as Mayor Gabriel, you said, Memorial Day, before we meet again, will happen. And remember the sacrifices that they made. I still hope we get to do something on the park strip. They probably won't how people gather, but it's a neat way that people, they don't forget, and that's good. So, and with that, that'll end my comments for tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarre. Next up, we have item L1, executive session. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to convene the City Council of the City of Kenai into executive session for discussion of the facility management agreement for the Kenai Visitor and Cultural Center pursuant to AS 4432-310C13, a matter of which the immediate knowledge may have an adverse effect upon the finance of the city in a matter by which law, municipal charter, or ordinance are required to be confidential. And request the attendance of the city manager and the city attorney as may be needed.
Second.
Move to second. Any discussion on the motion to adjourn into or convene into executive session? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtat,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so we're gonna pull us into the room, Jamie. Okay.
Time out, guys.
Do we just come back in a minute or stay on or what?
Just stay on.
Okay, thank you.
Good to go, Jimmy? You're muted, Jamie.
We're waiting on Jim Glendenning and Scott Bloom to accept leaving the breakout meeting.
There's Mr. Bloom.
It closes automatically after 60 seconds, so
There he is. Good to see you, Jim. See you again, Jim. Okay, with that, call our meeting back to order here and call on Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The city council met in executive session and gave directions to the city manager to continue his discussion of the business relationship between the city and the Kenai Chamber of Commerce, including the facility management agreement for the Kenai Visitor and Cultural Center.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy. Under pending items, we have none. Seeing no other business before this body, we are adjourned.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Yep.
Good night.
Good
Good night.
meeting. Good meeting.
Thanks, everyone.